for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon these servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, choose and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation, in just and faithful manners promoting and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to welcome you to this afternoon's sitting. Honorable members, yesterday, the media was awash with the news of members of this house allegedly seeking to return 40 million shillings. I don't mention the harm. The member in question is Honorable Twaha Kagabo, a member of Parliament for Bukoba South. He was reportedly carrying the 40 million that he wanted to deliver back to me, and he claimed I am the one who gave him that money. This is an abuse on the institution of Parliament. I did not know him. For information, he has been a member of Parliament here, but I don't know him. And based on that, this is a breach of conduct of this house. It is an abuse to this house. Honorable members, we cannot allow that kind of behavior in this 11th Parliament. I therefore refer the member to the Rules Committee, and it must be reported back in 1 month. This house is not for playing politics. He has to show us who gave him the money from and what was the money meant for. And as I've always said, when we're in this house, there are no political parties. We are one. It is our responsibility to protect the image of this house. And he may have to face the law. When you start doing that kind of behavior, he will have to face the law. And being a member of Parliament, you know what it means. You know what it means. Honorable members, in a bid to strengthen the evidence-based legislation, the Parliamentary Commission has established 3 resource centers, fully equipped with computers, printing services, and these are in the library, in Development House. 2 is Kingdom, Kampala. The clerk has shared these details. Please make best use of these resource centers for us to do better legislation. Honorable members, on 6th August 2022, our own Kiplimo won yet another gold medal at the 2022 Commonwealth Games. We really want to congratulate him upon that. And now we have 3 gold medals and 2 bronze medals. I once again want to congratulate the team and reiterate that we will have a motion in this house paying tribute to those gallant sons of Uganda. And finally, I want to thank the honorable members again for taking off time to be in the house. Matters of national importance. Okay.
Thank you.
Procedure first.
Right Honorable Speaker, we thank you for your communication that is very elaborate and clear to this House. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the leadership code which this Parliament passed, a leader who receives a bribe or declared to have received a bribe or a gift or anything of monetary value must declare that item to the Office of the Inspector General within 24 hours, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you communicated, I also saw a member parading and moving around the streets of Kampala, the corridors of Parliament. I saw him going to the office of the Leader of Opposition, first with the money, returning it there. Then he goes to every place claiming that he received a bribe of 40 million, and he does not specify where exactly he got this money. Wouldn't it be procedurally right, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Inspector General takes interest in this matter and investigates this member, because these are issues of morality in society. If we members of Parliament cannot have integrity and moral upstanding in society and stand with our words, then who will? Which Ugandan will? We as leaders must stand by example. So the procedure matter I'm raising on, wouldn't be procedure right for this Parliament to refer this member and instruct the Office of the Inspector General to handle him on matters of corruption and receiving a bribe? I beg submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is a clarification from Morris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the practice of this Parliament is that the moment information goes unanswered and it touches one of the MPs, the name is mentioned. Kindly, I'm seeking clarification from the Honorable whether it's okay to mention the name, since he said somebody was parading everywhere.
I had already talked to Morris. I had already talked about the name, mental health. No, it's called mental health.
Madam Speaker, I want to agree. I'm the chairman of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Mental Health. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke when
he's the chairman of mental health.
Yes.
I did say
yes. And Madam Chair, I am proud to say I have 210 members from this house. Madam Chair, when I saw this, the House of Integrity in every country is the temple of legislation. And people who are in that house are called honorables. Madam Speaker, as my colleague Honorable Serwanyi has stipulated in the law, this brings a lot of question marks to the mentioned member, Dr. Twaha. I don't know whether he's a real doctor or a traditional doctor, because or a descriptive researcher as per se, but I believe what he's alleging, it has many questions to answer. Because first of all, Madam Speaker is not a cashier. Madam Speaker is not a businesswoman. Madam Speaker, I know all questions will be answered in the committee you have referred. But as the chairperson of Uganda Parliamentary Forum, Uganda, the other day we mentioned in the papers that we have almost 400 almost 14 million people who have mental health issues. I suspect this honorable member might have issues, and I therefore propose, on addition to the reference given by Honorable Serwanyi, the honorable member should be referred for mental examination, because you cannot, in a situation of a constituency, even if he picked the man on the road, where he comes from in Rwengo, where cows are dying for lack of water, people are dying because they have no food. Rwengo hospitals have no medicine. Schools in Rwengo, children go to school. The other day I was seeing on media without shoes. And you say you pick the man on the road and you have nowhere until you dump it to the law. And this he brings a shame to our side. I therefore, Madam Speaker, that for better maturity in leadership of this country and governance, political parties should begin vetting and having mental tests of leaders before they are recommended to contest as members of parliament. I therefore, Madam Speaker, pray that this member should be taken for mental evaluation to see whether he's okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the code of conduct of members of parliament is well enumerated in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure, which among others deal with personal conduct, corruption, public trust, and improper use of payments. And as I've already guided, I accordingly invoke Rule 175(1)B of the Rules of Procedure and refer the member to the Committee of Rules, Privileges, and Discipline. This committee should investigate within 1 hour. And one month, within 1 month. And members, I don't think we should continue a debate on this. Matters of national importance, Honorable Nambeshe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As it is already common knowledge of how the flash floods in Mbale has claimed so many lives and property, the baton of catastrophic disasters was passed on to Bududa. As we talk, Bududa, and particularly in my constituents of Manjia, we have had multiple landslides. We are only lucky that we have not lost lives, but as we talk, crops and gardens, including livestock, have been ravaged in a number of sub-counties. Sub-county of Nakasi, the sub-county of Ushika, the sub-county of Navutiti. Parishes have been actually completely washed away or covered under the rubble. As we talk, the general massive displacement has left many people homeless and helpless. I visited the town council headquarters hall. It was full to capacity. And what was shocking is that majority of these people who are staying in places of worship, in schools, and in these town council halls are blanketless. And Madam Speaker, you're on record. Last week, you directed the leader of government business, the Prime Minister, to get to the sub-region. Not only, of course, Wugisu sub-region, but also Sebei, and conduct a detailed assessment of the impact of the disasters. But up to now, none of the officials from the line ministry are on the ground. People are helpless, people are hopeless and homeless. My prayer would be that the immediate, because we have had so many of these visits and even needs assessment, including impact assessment of the disasters, but no lasting solution has been found. What is needed now is blankets and food. But the relocation and eventual settlement has become a song which is never seeing any implementation at all. Because if they talk of constructing 22 houses per year, I calculated, Madam Speaker, it will take this administration 57 years to resettle the targeted 100,000 from Ruda households from Ruda at that snail space of resettlement. Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, order.
This is a matter of disaster and humanity.
Order.
As I conclude, Madam Speaker,
Honorable.
my last prayer.
Honorable Macho. What Honorable Nambeshe is speaking about is a matter of life and death. He has lost people, the area has lost people, including our own area. So, Macho, let him finish his submission, then you will speak. I know you just want to smuggle in to speak.
Even the Honorable Macho knows that most of the people have even taken refuge in his constituency in Busia. And yesterday, but one I was sharing with him, I don't know why he's raising order. But Madam Speaker, what we need as a matter of urgent attention in this emergency is if the people could be accorded some food and non-food items like blankets and tents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Public gallery this afternoon. We have a delegation of staff from National Assembly of Zambia. They are here to do benchmarking on best practices of Parliament of Uganda. They have come to observe the proceedings this afternoon. Kindly join me in welcoming them. Please stand up. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming to Uganda. And Uganda is a pearl of Africa. And this is the best parliament around. Thank you. Please enjoy your day. Oh no.
Madam Speaker, whereas we respect the sitting roles, being one of.
He was appointed last night.
Madam Speaker, I don't know whether it is order Honorable Mbwazi Kamwa, who has turned it a habit to sit on the front bench. Moreover, he's a habitual backbencher. To make it a habit. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether Honorable Mbwa is in order, and moreover to sit akimbo as if he's in the sitting room on the front
of this session. I announced free sitting. It doesn't harm you to come and sit in front here. No. Right Honorable Speaker. I stand with my brother Honorable Nambeshe for what our people are going through in that Elgon region. We know it's not so easy. People are suffering. The soils are still coming down and the rains are still going on. So it's not an easy situation, but I just want to inform this Parliament that as we speak now, our team has gone on the ground. Many food and non-food items are being collected in different centers so that they are given out to those people. We know there are very many people who don't have where to sleep. They have nothing to cover themselves. So we are trying our best to see that they get something to cover themselves
where to sleep and what to eat. So our team right now, I'm just from a meeting. The team is on ground to rectify the situation. I thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, I raised an issue about my own constituency, where even my personal cows died. And I was promised the team was going there the next day. To date, nobody has reached there. To date. Now, if you can go against what I've said, what about what Nambesha said?
Right Honorable Speaker, in that constituency about the cows, I think when the problem for the Elgon region came in, maybe they had again to come back to this region, then they did not proceed to your place. But I know they are working hand in hand to see that they visit your area and also work on the problems which are in Mbale region, in the Elgon region.
Let me first tell you, Prime Minister, all the water that comes from Elgon comes to my place because it is a flat area. So whatever comes from there comes to my place. Yes, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister and her response, but I'm very much disappointed. Right Honorable Prime Minister, these are serious matters. These are matters of life. The world over is watching about how we are handling Mbale and Bududa and those problems going on. Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister would have come better to this House with an explanation that this is the situation on the ground, this in specific terms, and tell us what you're doing in Elgon area, what you're doing in lives of the people. But this casual behavior, Right Honorable Speaker, of our ministers taking these things casually, it is so unbecoming, Right Honorable Speaker. I think it is proper. The Prime Minister tells us that tomorrow she comes back with a clear detail about what the government, what the team on ground is actually doing for the people, other than just coming and say the team is on the ground. Oh my God, what does it mean for the team to be on ground? They might be on ground in their hotels. They might be on ground enjoying their beers when the people are not being assisted. Honorable Speaker, it's my prayer that the Prime Minister tomorrow comes here with the detail of what the team on ground is doing to help the people. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, you know the whole Bugis region, the Sebe, the Teso. Can we have the status report on what is happening on the ground, which team is on which ground, and what you've done so far?
Right Honorable Speaker, this one has come as a matter of national importance. That's why I was answering it that way, because it came as a matter of national importance. Last week, the Prime Minister gave a statement on the same issue. But then tomorrow, we shall come up with a detailed statement on who is where and what they are doing.
And how many blankets you've sent to which place, how much food you've sent to which place, and what you're doing to stop that kind of thing.
Much obliged.
And I have always emphasized on the Disaster Preparedness Commission. I don't know what is the hard with you having this commission. Because this commission will be able to assess what is happening in every region. Then when this kind of occurrence comes in, you're able to handle. But you're now doing everything in an ad hoc way. We'll wait for the report tomorrow. Not on Bugisu. No, I've already made a ruling.
Right, Honorable. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think I need to appreciate what the Prime Minister has said, that something is going on the ground. Whether small or big, I think something is going on the ground, because we have been told some supplies are being given. However,
Honorable Miss Uganda.
Ogwal Cecilia.
Ogwal Barbara.
Atat.
It is just because you're not there. You don't know what is happening. I want to tell you that yesterday alone, I lost 102 cows over those floods.
Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the point I want to make is that 2011, people were buried alive in health centers, in schools. I would have expected the government to say, over these 10 years, this is what has been put in place to make sure that we are prepared for that kind of disaster, because we know that Bugisu is prone to this kind of flood. That is what we want to know. Otherwise, you are going to firefight this one, another one will come, another one will come. So can the Prime Minister have a team to help the cows which are dying in the Speaker's home? Human beings are already dying of hunger, of flood. And in fact, the most affected area, Right Honorable Speaker, is the area of my grandson, Honorable Masaba. The area is seriously affected, and I know it because my relatives are there. They have been calling me and so on. Speaker, you know me, even if I'm away, I know what is going on. I know what is going on. So I've been so concerned, and I feel that it's unfair if Honorable Masaba is not allowed to say something, because he is the one actually facing the brutality of the flood. But also the Prime Minister should get serious and come to the House with a long-term plan. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Ephraim Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. I raise on a matter of national importance and concern. As we speak now, Wales has been invaded and infested by locusts like insects, which the local agricultural extension staff have named variegated grasshoppers. These insects, Right Honorable Speaker, they come, attack, and eat coffee, they eat tea, they eat cassava, bananas, farm pastures, and anything that is green. Right Honorable Speaker, when the leaves of these plants are finished, these animals, these insects, they attack the green stems, and eventually the whole crop, the plant, dries down. Right Honorable Speaker, human beings in Buhweju and probably maybe other areas, because these are flying insects, they will be all infected, are threatened, and livestock is also threatened with famine. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers, since these insects eat indiscriminately, I appeal to the state to come up urgently to intervene and establish the nature of this disaster, what is affecting Buhweju, especially in the sub-counties of Oborere, Engaju, Chahenda, Revenge, and Nyakashita, so that they look for mechanisms of exterminating these insects. Secondly, there is a roaming famine because of the destruction they have caused. I'm appealing for immediate intervention by government to help the people on the ground to survive until the insects are sure have been exterminated. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Ephraim, do they look like insenene?
Right Honorable Speaker, they are far from like insenene. These are greenish and spotted, while the grasshoppers are not spotted. So they are like locusts. That's why I say they are locusts like insects, but which the local agriculturists have called variegated grasshoppers. I wonder why they are grasshoppers. They look like locusts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry for that disaster in Buhwejo. I'm going to call the Minister of Agriculture for the intervention of that program so that they see how our people can get rid of those insects or locusts. Thank you.
When we get a feedback,
We can report back tomorrow. I'm
okay.
going to inform them so that tomorrow they give us a solution.
Thank you, Chelengat Solomon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Jelangatalinga Solomon is my name. I represent the people of Ko County in Buko District, Sabay Sub-Region. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a point of national importance. For the last 3 years, we have had some sort of insecurity in Ko County and in Buko in general. And this form of insecurity has started in a way that there are thieves who started stealing cows across the national park, and they drive all the way up to Sirongo. Right, Honorable Speaker, by 17th of last month, we had lost almost 313 animals. And what disturbs us, the Honorable Speaker, is when these animals are followed, they are brought with some people in Sirongo in an area called Bonaseke, that is in Budadere East. Some of these animals are got in some people's houses, others are recovered, others are lost. But there is nothing that is done to those people who have been found with the animals. Those people are very hostile. I've been in touch with the police station of Bonaseke, Bomasiva. But they told me that these people are very hostile. Just go away with the few cows that you have recovered. So, Right Honorable Speaker, if this thing is not kept as soon as possible, it is more likely to escalate and become a serious problem in the Elgon region. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the security agencies is beefed up along the Mount Elgon region. Then too, when these ASTO were there, during the ASTO time, because the ASTO has been withdrawn from Buko, when ASTO was there, these things were not there. So it would be better for the government to see how best they can bring back the ASTO, because those are the local people who know the terrain of the area. And secondly, I pray that government should bring to book these people who are found with our animals, and they just move away with their pangas and threaten that go away. You have got your animals, you just move. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
There's information from your sister.
Yes, information granted.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to add that in the same region of Sebei, there is something which is peculiar, especially to Kapchorwa district. There is a big crack which has developed over a very long time. But because of the heavy rains which are on right now, the part of the cliff is almost falling to the other side, where there are schools, there are residents, there are hospitals down there, and this is posing a very big fear to the people of that area. And this area is especially the village of Kisitia in the East Division of the municipality of Kapchorwa. It is not on the upper side of the mountain, but this time on the lower side of the mountain. That is below this Kapchorwa town. And my prayers for this is that I call upon the Ministry of Energy. We need a geologist to go and see the extent to which this crack has gone. In fact, it may not even take a week before the whole mountain goes down to the people. I call upon the Ministry of Energy, and then the Ministry of Disaster also should come in, because the villages surrounding this mountain are like 100 homesteads. And if all these have to be destroyed, I think it will be a big disaster for us. So we need to take action immediately so that these people may be moved away, and maybe the mountain is blasted so that the people may come later after the mountain has been blasted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of security, those places have been beefed up by our security people in those areas. But I think they need to be addressed on how they should do beef up so that they work on these people, they bring the culprits to book, and of course, end that problem of stealing the animals. But I'm going to call the Minister of Security to talk to his people so that they can beef up and give him reports, and also may bring a report to Parliament on how they are handling the issues of Boko. Then about the crack, we have a comprehensive program with Ministry of Disaster on how to handle those issues. I'm going to call the Minister of Disaster to go and intervene immediately, because she is saying the crack is already there. But just for purposes of informing the House that the Ministry of Disaster has a comprehensive plan for all those areas, which was passed in Cabinet. So they'll have to come here in Parliament and give a report to this August House. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pierre.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I raised a matter of national importance in regard to the non-release of funds for road maintenance in sub-counties and town councils across more than 2,000 sub-counties and town councils in this country. And the presiding officer guided that the Prime Minister engages the Minister of Finance and comes back to the House and makes a statement and a response to that. It's now more than 2 weeks. We've seen the heavy rains are increasing and several places are getting cut off, but there is no funds for road maintenance. So my prayer is that the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance makes a statement in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan Magabo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, Mugabe Susan Nakaziba, Woman Member of Parliament of my district. I raise on 2 matters of urgent national importance. And Madam Speaker, I request you give me some extra time because these are urgent matters. Madam Speaker,
Susan,
last week officials...
Susan, I will not give you extra time because
Madam,
we are already entering into time for other.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last week officials from the district executive and the National Forest Authority carried out surveys in 2 sub-counties, that is Nairobi and Boya in my constituency. It was discovered that 14 local councils were on forest land and hence were to be evicted. But Madam Speaker, in Buvuma, there is no existing land because most of the land was given to the National Oil Project. So these 14 local councils, Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that they have been in existence for over 10 years with non-leadership, and also they do exist in the local government structure. So, Madam Speaker, my prayers are the government should come up with a proper resettlement plan for these people going to face eviction. Secondly, the government should stipulate proper timelines within which the resettlement will be done and bring it to the attention of the leadership of these communities. Lastly, the government should respond urgently to the issue at hand to avoid anarchy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you, thank you. Pardon? Right Honorable, about finance, I have the finance minister. He will come and talk about that. Then about the eviction issue, of course, our people cannot be evicted without being resettled. So it is in plan that they have to be put somewhere before they use that area that has been identified for palm growing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second matter of urgent national importance is regarding the harassment of fishermen in my constituency.
Susan, you'll bring that up tomorrow.
Agents, I request Madam
Tomorrow. Is it a maiden speech?
It is.
Let the guy talk to the maiden speech.
Thank you very much. Is regarding the harassment of fishermen in my constituency. Right, Honorable Speaker, fishermen in my constituency are being harassed by the Fisheries Protection Unit officers who are demanding for fishing license fee at an appropriate time. At the beginning of the financial sensitization of these fees payment is what should be carried out now and not enforcement as is being done currently. The Fisheries Protection Unit, Madam Speaker, has gone ahead to confiscate the fishing boats, and yet it is these same boats that are being used during fishing to get money to pay these fees. Notwithstanding is that the mandate of the Fisheries Protection Unit is not to collect these fishing fees. It is the role of the fisheries officers. My prayers, Madam Speaker, are that the Fisheries Protection Unit stop harassing the fishermen and let them go about their businesses to be able to pay the required fees. Then lastly, the Fisheries Protection Unit should restrain themselves from carrying out a mandate that does not belong to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Information.
Whom you are the fishermen?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Honorable Court Moses Junior BTEC. I represent the people of Kyoga constituency. The de facto Deputy Speaker. The information I wanted to supply with my colleague from the fishing community is that, Chair, we did pass the Fish and Aquatic Act, which we thought it would give a permanent remedy to the questions that are lingering around the maltreatment of the fishermen in lake. But this bill is pending assentment, and we are seeking for the Minister of Presidency to probably cajole, engender, persuade, so that this bill is assented to and avoid and curtail all these that arises from the same. Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you. The bill is still before the President for an assent, and we are following it up. It should be out soon. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, about the issue of the fishing community, the problems that they have, I'm going to call the minister in charge of fisheries to intervene so that we should know who is supposed to collect the money, who is not supposed to collect the money. Thank you.
Next item. Hey, the minister had something to say.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. A matter raised about the releases, especially to local governments on I do not have a statement about that for the time being, but I want to clarify, Right Honorable Speaker, that releases are guided by matter of fiscal policy. And that fiscal policy is informed by issues relating to cash flows within government, but also to the prevailing economic conditions in the country. Now, based on the policy adopted in the first quarter, a decision was made to cut back on expenditure in terms of releases, delaying expenditure on certain items so that we are within.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have severally discussed the issue of funding for our roads. I brought here, Right Honorable Speaker, a motion. The challenge with the road maintenance, why we are having challenges with funding, is because of failure to operationalize the road fund. And Right Honorable Speaker, if that had been done, these problems we keep raising here would not be the problem, would not arise, because finance releases as it wishes to the road fund. And yet we have the Road Fund Act in place. Instead of releasing 100% as collected by URA, they release 10%, 20% as they wish, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, you guided last week while discussing this matter that the clerk extracts the decision by the then presiding officer when I presented this motion. And the decision then was guided by the Attorney General that finance must respect the laws of the land, which is the Constitution. And it says any fund created by an act of this House cannot be sent, money is collected for that purpose, cannot be sent to the road fund. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the guidance then was that the Minister of Finance brings here the regulations to operationalize the road fund, so that we get out of this circle. Every time Bududa comes, Tororo comes, Kasese comes, Busia comes on the road maintenance of roads. And now the rains are here. Everybody is going to raise this matter. So, Right Honorable Speaker, is it not procedurally right that you direct the Minister of Finance to come here and table the regulations, the regulations first, that will operationalize the road fund, and then we can move on from there. We shall continue in circles, Right Honorable Speaker. The guidance directive was given, guided by the Attorney General's letter, which was also tabled here by the Honorable Matia Kasaija, and he actually said he was going to comply. So why are we moving in circles, Right Honorable Speaker? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, can you first give us a schedule like you used to on how much each of our districts are getting as road fund? We want that schedule. I remember when I was in 10th Parliament, you would put a schedule in our pigeon holes. Then two, we also want regulations in regard to operationalization of the road fund. We wouldn't be asking you for this money if there was money for road fund, especially in these disaster areas. But how can you give a disaster area 10 million as road fund? And yet we budgeted for road fund 500 and what? It was 500, I think, and 60 billion. So we want to know how much money goes to different districts and give us that schedule.
Right Honorable Speaker, the way we do it, an amount of money is allocated to the road fund through this parliament. And what the ministry does is to release on a quarterly basis a certain amount of money to the road fund, which they then distribute to the various local governments and to the Uganda National Roads Authority, because this money is largely for the maintenance of roads. money relating to the rehabilitation of roads and the construction of new roads largely goes to the Ministry of Works and UNRA. So the road fund money is largely on maintenance. Now, the report, Right Honorable Speaker, you are referring to is a report that comes from the road fund itself after distributing this money to the various local governments. So,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Zali Martin by name. Right Honorable Speaker, you guided very well that the Honorable Minister should bring for us a schedule regarding allocations of funds. And he's here lamenting, making a lot of explanations. Is therefore the Honorable Minister in order meandering around?
Of course, really, the Honorable Minister is not correct. I made a ruling to that effect. And the ruling of the Speaker is final. So give us a schedule, give us the regulations that operationalize that fund, and that's what we want. You have powers to get it, whether it is in URA, whether it is in UNRA, whether it is in finance, you have powers to get it.
most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can we have that tomorrow?
The regulations, Right Honorable, cannot come tomorrow.
Okay, can we have a schedule tomorrow of how much has gone to Kayunga, Dororo? Can we have that schedule tomorrow?
Yes, we shall work with the road fund to generate that list.
Thank you. Tomorrow we shall have that schedule. Yes, procedure. Members, the ones who have not read on the whatever, on the matters of national importance, will come tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm raising on a procedural matter. Unfortunately, the Minister of Education for Primary Education is here. Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, teacher training colleges in Uganda, both core PTCs and non-core PTCs are not recruiting teachers. However, some time back, the ministry went to Media Center and said that they are closing these colleges. In Kabukunge, where the college in my constituency, previously they had 400 teachers. And as we talk now, the college has only 42 training students. When you go to Ndegeya PTC, core PTC, it has less than 80 students. However, still from them, and they can attest to that, they are saying under the Education Service Commission that government, all schools are lacking 30,000 teachers. Now, Honorable Speaker, the procedure I'm raising, it wouldn't be procedure okay for the Ministry of Education to give us how they are going to recruit new teachers, yet others are leaving. Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, if you visit schools or you go to teacher training colleges, actually, what is happening is that there are no teachers. Those who have been teaching, some of them have gone out of school. There are others retiring. And once they retire, definitely that means there's a staffing gap. However, it's them again who say the teachers, primary teachers, should be degree holders, but they are not recruiting them for degree courses. And that no Speaker, what I last heard from them was that the teacher training colleges that are going, that degree teachers, primary teachers, will be specialists. But the primary teachers are not specialists because they are meant to teach all subjects. So the procedure matter I'm raising, no Speaker, would it be procedure okay for Ministry of Education to give this house how they are going to recruit teachers, the staffing gaps, and what is going to happen to the properties of government? For example, Kabukunge PTC is an Islamic founded institution which has over 150 acres of land with the properties, but nobody knows how these properties are going to be taken over by government. Where are you going to put the tutors who are teaching in those institutions? And what is going to happen to the money that is being sent by finance to 44 students at the cost of those who are 400 and above? So what we are seeing, Honorable Speaker, is that we are going to hit a snag in this country. In the next 3 years, this country might not have teachers in schools. Those who are teaching, they are losing morale. They are running out to ride border borders and going to Dubai for better jobs. So would it be procedure okay for this ministry to come and give Parliament a comprehensive statement on the state of teacher training colleges and what is happening to what is going to happen to the properties, and whether really we have teachers in schools? This is not a hiding matter. We come from different constituencies. You know what is happening in your schools. You know what is lacking, but the ministry is quite, and they are not making any official communication in what they are doing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Education.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the professional teacher, and a very good friend who has raised this very important matter as far as the professionalism of teaching and teachers is concerned. As he requested, Madam Speaker, we will bring a comprehensive statement as long as this policy shift on the national teacher policy in this country is concerned. And I want to pledge that we will bring that statement on this floor Parliament with your permission, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, my good friend, the Honorable Muriku, was on the floor of this house about a month ago when I raised the issue of musicians going to school dressed inappropriately and performing. She pledged to bring a statement. She has not brought. Today, she's pledging to bring another statement on the issue of Honorable Sewungu. Right, Honorable Speaker, is it not procedural right for the Honorable Muriku to first present the statement regarding these musicians dressed inappropriately going to our schools to corrupt the morals of our children before she actually again presents another statement? Would it not be procedural right, Right Honorable Speaker?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Look, what is wrong with bringing two reports?
It's okay.
Is there any problem with that? So what you do, Honorable Minister, bring the two reports.
Yeah,
Let's have the
say. Right, Honorable Speaker, and it would be prudent, as she's going to bring that statement, for the minister to inform this house whether primary teacher colleges, both core and PTCs, are functional, they are not functional. If they are functional,
that will be included in the report.
Okay, thank you. Most obliged, Madam.
That will be included in the report.
Madam Speaker, concerning the issue my good friend Honorable Pendi has raised, indeed, my ministry acted appropriately and timely. We issued circular on the 1st of August this month. And last week, Madam Speaker, I came with a statement. However, I gave a copy to the Committee of Human Rights because they requested for it. However, even the House needed that statement. And I want to pledge that tomorrow I will come with the same statement that I shared with the Committee of Human Rights. Otherwise, my ministry has barred all musicians to all our schools in this country. And it has defined what co-curriculum activity is all about. I'll bring it tomorrow. I thank you.
But was it also true that those schools belonged to some of us, some of you? I am asking you, Minister, because I also have a school.
Madam Speaker, I cannot authoritatively say whether those schools belong to me or you, Right Honorable Speaker. However, what is important as of now is that the information is given to all schools in Uganda, whether private or government, and they must adhere.
And whether they belong to a minister, a member of parliament, or anybody.
Absolutely. Whether minister myself or any member of parliament must abide by those circulars. I thank you.
Yes, Pastor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our good minister and the whole education department. Now, the clarification I'm seeking, I'm Pastor Mary Begumisa, woman member of parliament, Sembabule district, about our children under age. Will that report which you're bringing tomorrow have information about why all Ugandan children freely go to Vikiris, discos at night, mix with men, no police officer handles that, they are defiled, they are raped from school, even in all our communities. I thank you.
At least not all of them, Pastor.
At least my village where I grew, I was born, I was married, discos are done past midnight, including children.
And these children are coming from their homes?
From even schools, even during day, there is a discotheque in one playground, dancing nudely on a day school. Thank you.
If the children are coming from their homes, that is the parenting bit that I said we have failed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for that statement. Indeed, when the children are in school, we are the custodian of the children, and we are responsible to uphold the moral and integrity of these children while at school. But while at home, you are very right that we have a shared responsibility as parents to educate our children and to ensure they grow up as responsible citizens. I will bring the statement tomorrow.
Thank you. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Rimi Parent School. That is Bunyariguru. Bunyangabu district. They are represented by Honorable Davis. Children, you're welcome. This is the Parliament of Uganda. And what you hear about children here, we want you to be responsible children. We want to thank you joining me in welcoming them. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we also have a delegation composed of the youth leaders from Youth Coalition for Electoral Democracy, Reach a Hand Uganda, and National Youth Advocacy. They are here to listen to the motion on the status of youth in Uganda. Please join me in welcoming them. You're most welcome. Yes, next. You have something?
Thank you so much.
Who is burning phone in the rooms?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter that is on fire and burning, the matter of national importance, is about the plight of security agencies and mainly police officers as far as salary enhancement is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, of recent, salaries of science teachers were enhanced, including even some officers who are scientists in the police. And previously, even the salaries in 2016, they increased the salaries of some lawyers and even ICT specialists in the police, but leaving the lower cadres. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, most of the work in the forces, the work is done by junior cadres or the low cadres. They are doing donkey work. Right Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that here in Parliament, much as we have people who are representing UPDF, the generals, we don't have a body that is representing Uganda police, Uganda prisons, and they are there keeping quiet. I remember last year you visited their police headquarters, I think Manyatas, and you saw what is happening. Above all, for example, a low cadre gets 700,000, subjected to taxation. Then on top of that, here comes the so-called circle, exodus circle of theirs that is fond of cheating them 100,000 per month, of which they are saving and they cannot access. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are one. We need to investigate exodus circle that is extorting money. Actually, it is cheating, stealing, extorting money from these police officers. Because I've never seen any circle where you're going first to save. Even we have circles here. Imagine someone from Karamoja. Imagine from Bududa. You're supposed to come all the way to come and withdraw money of which you cannot even access. So I pray immediate intervention, Madam Speaker, from this parliament. And lastly, government should think about these security agencies, police officers, including everyone, like they should be increased salaries, considering the economic situation in our country. I thank fighting for them.
Thank you.
Since they don't have representatives here.
Thank you. That's why we asked for a salary review commission. And not only police, but even the army. Even the army, the lower cadres. And this salary review commission should be able to harmonize the salaries of all the workers in the country. And Exodus, we've looked at Exodus several times. I will ask local government central back to make sure they look at this Exodus and report when they are reporting on police. We'll have that next item.
Item 3, statements by ministers on 3-1, commemoration of the International Youth Day.
Honorable Minister of Gender, and we will not debate on this motion. Together with the motion after Honorable Court has presented.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this statement is to provide information to Parliament regarding this year's International Youth Day, which was scheduled to the cabinet meeting of yesterday. We have deferred it for 2 weeks. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues may recall that every year on 12 August, we join in conformity with the UN General Assembly Resolution 54/120 of the 54th session adopted on 17th December 1999. The designation of the day was in recognition of the numerical strength of the youth and their potential to contribute towards meaningful transformation of society. Right Honorable Speaker, International Youth Day provides an excellent opportunity to all the UN state parties to evaluate the various policies, programs, and strategic interventions aimed at empowering young people. Specifically on this day, we take stock of what has been done, what remains to be done, and how we can position the youth to play critical roles in the socioeconomic and political transformation of their society and communities. The celebration of International Youth Day is also in line with the World Programme of Action for Youth, which is the UN framework for youth development, empowerment, and mindset change. At the African continent, International Youth Day is consistent with the African Youth Charter of 2018, and under the Commonwealth is in tandem with the Commonwealth Plan of Action for Youth Empowerment. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's commemoration intergenerational solidarity, the role of the youth in the implementation of the parish development model, is a reminder to all young people that the exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedom is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations. Youth must, therefore, strive to create a world in which all persons are equal before and under the law in all spheres of political, economic, and social and cultural life, and in every other aspect. We need to build a cadre of youth that is cognizant of the need for solidarity among people in various age cohorts and ensure success of the parish development model. Colleagues, the theme also points to the importance of working in a collaborative manner and the need for building networks in order to build a solid base, which is a prerequisite for surmounting any obstacles to development and progress under the parish development model. Colleagues, it is always the case that the International Youth Day will take place at the subnational level, but also the national level, which venue is rotational, and this year will be in Kaunda grounds in Gulu City, and His Excellency the President is expected to preside over the function. During the week prior to the Youth Day, various activities take place, including national dialogue, tree planting, games and sports activities, community work, blood donation, voluntary counseling, testing, cancer screening, exhibitions, and many others. I want to thank Parliament that there was a youth debate hosted by this Parliament, and thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to invite you, the Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues, the members of Parliament, to join the country at the celebration at Kaunda grounds in Gulu City on 26 August 2022 from 10 a.m. In conclusion, I want to request Parliament to note that this year's International Youth Day will take place at Kaunda ground in Gulu City, that the theme is intergenerational solidarity, the role of the youth in the implementation of you to attend the International Youth Day at Kaunda grounds, Gulu City, and that His Excellency the President will be the guest of honor. I thank you, Right Honorable and Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And as I said, we shall debate this statement together with the motion, and the motion will be moved after.
Item 3.2, statement by Minister on the status of the parish development model.
Honorable members, on the 3rd August 2022, Honorable Pio Samuel Achuchi of Kole North raised an urgent question on the disbursement of funds of PDM. I guided that the minister presents a statement, the status report on PDM implementation. Now we are going to hear the status report from the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Draft report, but I'm here to beg for more time to present the final report, which I can present to this House. I'm not, as it is now, we are not ready to present the report. Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honorable.
First of all, how much time do you require?
Right Honorable Speaker, we can present this report on Thursday.
Thursday.
Yes.
Okay, those are only 2 days, 1 day.
Yeah, but Right Honorable Speaker, the government needs to style up the Paris development model if it's to impact on agriculture. And we are still depending on nature and season. Any delay, especially in the month of August and September, makes the whole year literally gone. The season that normally impacts on agricultural production is the one of November, December, when this country receives heavy rains. So our appeal is, for whatever you want to do, not just a status, you need to come to this parliament and give us a detailed action plan. I've gone through your paper, which you have said is you are not ready. Indeed, you are not ready. Give us, going forward, in the next 2 months, in clinical details, what you are going to do under the Parish development model. Because have lost a year, and if we lose more year, the other year, 2 years will be for election, and the Parish development will be like any other program.
Yes, Obama.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising up under Rule 189, sub Rule E and F of our rules of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, under this rule, committees of parliament are supposed to interact with the ministers, especially when they have been instructed by parliament to do so, to discuss matters of and Right Honorable Members, in this perspective, our committee, the Committee of Public Service and Local Government, was supposed to interact with the Ministry of Finance, the Minister, to discuss matters to do with the Parish development model and come back and report to this House. But Right Honorable Speaker, we have summoned the Minister of Finance 3 times, and the Minister of Finance has refused to appear before our committee, and yet we are supposed to come back to this House and report on this same matter. He purports to be planning to bring a report in this House. Right Honorable Prime Minister, sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, are we really proceeding well? Really, a whole Minister of Finance, and you know, and the great a whole committee of parliament. Information, okay. He's a member of my committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm a member of the Local Government Committee. Just as my colleague has said, I think there is a problem with most of the ministries. Ministers. Right Honorable Speaker, you'll find that ministers will move very fast to their sector committees that they are aligned to. For instance, you'll find that the committee finance, if they invited the Minister for Finance, the minister will move in very fast. If a minister like local government invites the Minister for Finance, there will be lax, there will be a lot of, I don't know how to call it, but normally they ignore our invitations. Right Honorable Speaker, I think it's a serious problem. It is not only local government that is complaining, but I think a number of committees have this kind of challenge. The time is now, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I want to refer you to Article 90 of the Constitution, and that is Article 93, Clause 3A. And then I also want to refer you to Rules of Procedure 208A on the powers of a committee. So I don't see why you should say that the ministers refuse to come. You have the powers, you invoke the powers and summon them. You have powers of a high court using the Constitution. Leave alone the rules of procedure, but the Constitution. No, that arrogance is not for Parliament. Invoke the rule invoke the article. And then you will come and let us know that we invoke the article, but this person failed to respect. Stop lamenting here as if you don't have the laws. These are the laws you sought to uphold. I don't want to hear anybody saying that the minister failed to come because you have the powers.
Right, Honorable Speaker, even today, the Minister of Finance felt him, Honorable Rugolo, was supposed to come. He failed to come. And I'm really surprised to see him here masquerading that to bring a report to the House. Is he in order?
Honorable members, I don't want noise.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Why don't you get a warrant for him to appear?
Most obliged, Right, Honorable Speaker. Today we are going to arrest you.
Honorable Lugolovi is going to bring a report on Thursday, and you will debate on that report.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. But Right Honorable Speaker, to the Committee of Public Service, to say that we had a conflicting meeting with the Committee of Finance. And indeed, I spent the whole of this morning with the Committee of Finance. But we called them and they accepted our apology, not to appear before them. About the earlier invitation, I'm not aware, but I was ready for you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Ngobi. Honorable Ugolovi, did they write to you inviting you to the committee? Or they called you on phone?
Honorable, they invited us in writing, but and in fact I was meant to be there this morning. But then Honorable Kasaija got a commitment elsewhere and he said that he was not going to be able to go to the Committee of Finance and asked me, there was a lot of business pending in that committee.
Why didn't you have the cutters to also write back to them?
The time Right Honorable was not there because I was meant to be here at 10 with the Committee on Public Service and Local Government. But suddenly I was asked to go to the other committee and we called them.
You need to treat others the way you'd want to be treated. And in finance, there are almost 5 ministers. Why wouldn't you send another minister? Why didn't you send another minister?
Right Honorable Anite is on leave. Honorable Kasoro was busy on a Myoga country. And Honorable Kasaija was committed on something. Honorable Musasizi is not available on station. He has been committed somewhere. And we all appreciate that Honorable Musasizi has.
Next item.
Item 4, motion for adoption of the reports of the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on the financial statement of NACHA, Research, Training, and Mentoring Program for Career Development of Faculty in Medical Education Partnership Initiative Institutions at Mercury University College of Health Sciences for the year ended 31st July 2017 and 31st July 2018.
Honorable members, as I earlier on made a reference to Article 163.5, which requires Parliament to consider and pronounce itself on the report of Auditor General that has duly been presented to the House, tabled, and within 6 months of its submission. My guidance on COSASE report applies to all the parks as well. I therefore urge the leadership and membership of the park to take note of that accordingly. Pursuant to rules 1746 of the rules of procedure, I invite the chairperson of PAC to present the report. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Article 163, subsection 4 of the Constitution mandates the Auditor General of the accounts audited by him or her for the financial year immediately preceding. The Constitution further under Article 163, 5 requires Parliament to debate and consider the report and take appropriate action within 6 months after the submission by the Auditor General. In accordance to Rule 174, the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government, considered the Auditor General's report for the financial year 2020/2021. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the Auditor General's special audit report on the Namave thermal power plant.
Which report are you?
Thank you very much. I have 3 reports.
You have 3 reports, yes. There is one of MEPI.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present the financial statement of nature of research, training, and mentoring program for career development of faculty in medical education partnership initiative institutions MEPI, implemented by Makerere University of Health Sciences for the year ended 31st, 2017, and also 31st July 2018. Allow me the original copies of the report and also copies of the minutes and proceed to present the report.
Yes, do.
Madam Speaker, I hereby lay the copies of the minutes and proceedings of the committee. Hereby lay the minutes and proceedings. Report. Madam Speaker, this is a report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report of the financial statement of nature and research training and mentoring program for career development of faculty in medical education partnership initiative institutions MEPI at Makerere University College of Health Sciences for the year ended 31st July 2017 and also 31st July 2018. This report is signed by the members and it is duly uploaded. The introduction 1.1. On the 1st September 2021, Parliament referred the Auditor General's report on the financial statement of nature, research, training, and mentoring program for career development of of Faculty in Medical Education Partnership Initiative, MEPI, at Makerere University College of Health Sciences for the year ended 31st July 2017 and 31st July 2018. The report that attracted unqualified opinion by the Auditor General covered the accounting statements comprising of income and expenditure statements of 31st July 2018. The statement of financial position, statement of receipts, funds, accountability statements, and budget status summary sheet. He noted no key audit matter to communicate in his report for both financial years. 2.0 methodology. Pursuant to Rule 174, the committee scrutinized the report of the Auditor General by meeting the accounting officer of Makerere University, the principal College of Health Sciences, the project investigator, Nature Projects, and the accountant, College of Health Sciences. 3.0, key findings and recommendations in the special audit report. Financial year ending 31st July 2017, under absorption of funds totaling to an amount of 51,795.72 US dollars. The Auditor General notes in his report that a review of the budget and cash book indicated that the project management budgeted for USD $799,000 for the period under review. However, US dollars 309,032.61 cents, indicating 39% was released, reflecting a shortfall of United States dollars 489,967.39 cents. The under release of funds was attributed to inability by the project management to absorb the prior year release balances of 51,795.72 US dollars. An analysis of performance by the Auditor General indicated that the underabsorption was occasioned by the closure of the university between October 2016 and early January 2017 due to a strike which affected the progress of fellows' research activities. It should be noted that underabsorption of funds poses a risk of failure to attract future donor funding. While meeting with the university secretary, who is the accounting officer, and was informed that the under release of funds was caused by the inability by the project management to absorb the prior year release, while the low absorption of funds was due to delay by fellows to obtain the required ethical approvals with any of the Makerere University College of Health Sciences, Institutional Review Board, and the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. Further, the management blamed the strike at the college that stalled activities at the college for over 3 months, affecting utilization or stroke absorption of the funds. The committee, however, noted that the underabsorption of funds was recurrent at the college. Even in financial years where there were no strikes, the management informed the committee that they have preferred to carry forward the monies not spent over the years as opposed to spending for the sake of finishing it. They further noted the challenges posed by procurement processes, especially for biological research reagents that take longer than normal. They decried the strict procedures prescribed under the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act PPDA, which does not take into account the challenges in procuring items such as biological research reagents. The management of the College of Health Sciences further informed the committee that the numerous strikes at the college were occasioned sometimes by factors beyond their control. The strike by members of staff is most times in agitation for increment in their salaries, and those by the students are mainly caused by welfare issues that are triggered by increase in the prices of commodities and or maybe tuition fees. The committee notes that under-absorption of released funds affects the implementation of planned activities, which defeats the purpose for which the funds were disbursed. It also poses a risk of failure to attract future funding. Madam Speaker, the committee recommendations of enhancing funds absorption, including starting the procurement process in time to cater for challenges in procuring biological research reagents. The college should engage with the President's Office, the Institutional Review Board, and the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology to devise faster means of obtaining the necessary ethical approval by fellows. The government needs to undertake a study on how to amend PPDA to facilitate specialized programs which may be hampered by lengthy processes. Madam Speaker, financial year ending 31st July 2018. Absence of clear policies on recruitment of staff, stroke unauthorized recruitment of staff. The Auditor General notes in his report that a number of staff were recruited by the project management without following the available recruitment as prescribed in the Human Resource Manual. Section 2.4 and 2.5 of the manual provides that all persons seeking employment with a university shall do so through a transparent process, including applying for the job and interviews through the Director, Human Resource, or as may be advised, depending on the type of employment sought. A review of the detailed budget and staff list revealed inconsistencies between the budget and the actual number of staff, with 8 staff recruited instead of 5 co-principal investigators planned for. While meeting the committee, the management of the College of Health Sciences acknowledged the concern in the report of the Auditor General and informed the committee that the challenge sometimes lies in the restricted timelines in the implementation activities, which has forced them to hire experts outside the stipulations of the Human Resource Manual. Madam Speaker, the committee made the following notes. The committee notes that hiring staff outside the set regulation amounts to abuse of office. Management should always negotiate ample project timelines to cater for all processes, including recruitment. The university should be involved in the process of recruiting staff to avoid backdoor recruitment. However, the investigators should be hired based on suitability of candidates. B, unclear criterion on staff contract renewals. From a review of sample renewed contracts, the Auditor General indicates in his report that there was no basis for determining satisfactory as there was no evidence of an appraisal process. This poses a risk of having non-performers as part of the staff. Madam Speaker, the committee in this case recommends that the project investigator should put in place a robust mechanism of assessing the performance of staff, results of which should be used to determine renewal of contracts. Performance appraisals should always precede contracts, for it is the corporate way of running institutional projects. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we should always encourage and institutionalize good management practices in all our institutions and set them out as centers for excellence. This will not only ensure that we deal away with blatant abuse of office through floating procedures, but also create a repository of management solutions, enhance productivity, and ensure high-level consistency. This is what we should desire of all our institutions, Right Honorable Speaker. As I earlier on said, this report, Madam Speaker, is signed by 3/4 of the members. I beg to submit.
For a brief and concise report, members you've heard, and we will send this report to Finance for a treasury memorandum. Anybody who wants to say anything in the report? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate the chairperson for the committee. There is one key issue I would like the minister to address. The issue concerning strike in the institutions, universities, and the schools. Right, Honorable Speaker, mostly our education system.
Is that issue in the report?
Yes, and one of the serious issues raised by the chairman. Madam Speaker, I need the minister to brief the House on the modality they are putting in place to address strikes in the higher institution of learning. Wherever the strikes takes place, Madam Speaker, you find the school is closed, activities is put to hold, and it interferes a lot with the management and the development of the education system. This is very serious matter, Madam Speaker. That is the point I wanted the minister to clarify.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Committee of PAC for coming up with this very important report. This is a research training and mentorship program that is aimed at improving the career in the Faculty of Medical Education that is in Makerere University. Indeed, as we've heard, there was an interruption in terms of implementation due to the strike that occurred in this institution of higher learning. Madam Speaker, it is true that we've had strikes as opposed to embracing problem solving in our institutions of learning. And a committee, my ministry has put in place a committee to investigate on this matter. And I want to appeal to you, Madam Speaker, that on this matter of a strike, I may not be able to give the causes as right now. But allow me, after the committee's report, that my ministry has put to investigate and mitigating factors and measures to be put in place to reduce the strikes in higher institutions of learning. Allow me at an appropriate time to come up with that report on specifically on the issues of strike. But otherwise, we are grateful for this report and we have taken note specifically on the recommendations that the committee has made.
And is coming on this report, and that is on action being taken. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information I wanted to give to the minister, as she's bringing the report from the committee involving or investigating the strikes in Mercury University, they should also include the conduct of the VC or the Vice Chancellor of Mercury University, that is Professor Barnabas Nawang. Because for many times, when you hear the student's voice, it is always connected to the acts and the way the principal or the professor is trying to conduct the university like a primary village, because they run on the rules they want. And right now, for the information,
Honorable, the rules of this house is, you don't talk about a person who cannot respond to what you're saying. This should have been found in the committee and you'd be able to speak about it. So for now, we can't speak about him because he's not in this house to defend himself.
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Jessica.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I want to thank the committee for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, however, I am concerned about the information in the report that the under-absorption of money under this project has been consistent for some years, even where there was no strike, even where there was no COVID. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that a deeper investigation be done, because there might be a likelihood of poor planning, but also lack of capacity to absorb these monies. To Right Honorable Speaker, it has become a trend in many projects in the country, especially in the areas of recruitment, where people decide to pick their own relatives and friends. So some of the staffing challenges, probably if they can get better investigated, Right Honorable Speaker, that can reduce the corruption in the recruitment and the projects in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the challenges has been the matter of hiring staff, and it has affected, or is one of the reasons for the under-absorption of funds. Right Honorable Speaker, when we look at the public universities in this country, including Mercury University, you find that there are so many highly qualified lecturers with PhDs and all the prerequisite qualifications, that instead of using this internal staff, whose capacity sometimes is even built by the universities tend to hire from other sources. And this is one of the reasons I think well, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the ministry should look into the so many lecturers who are in active positions, they cannot be promoted, and yet they have all the qualifications. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Sarah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am a member of this committee, but since the Honorable Namuga is standing up, and members are not, there is no controversy, I was requesting that she moves that this report be adopted, Right Honorable Speaker, if that is permitted.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I move for the report to be adopted, Right Honorable Speaker, my interest is about the challenges that are posed by procurement. Right Honorable Speaker, this has not appeared in this report alone. PPDA has been accused of delaying procurement processes, but PPDA units in different entities. Right Honorable Speaker, it's not that the processes are not clear, but it's the individuals in these offices
Right, Honorable Speaker, the government has lost a lot of money via delays in procurement. Can PPDA come up with a special report to explain to this country why procurement has become a problem? And it's one of the areas where government is losing a lot of money. Delayed processes, failure to absorb money. I think it's a matter of capacity on the side of procurement officials and the PPDA. Minister of Finance should invest in itself in the conduct of the procurement cadres and PPDA itself. Therefore, I told the Speaker, I move that report be adopted. Now, PPDA is under COSASE. Can we ask COSASE among the reports look at PPDA to understand what is happening is there and see how we can resolve that mischief. Yes, Honorable, is it seconded? Is the motion of Honorable Nabuga seconded? Seconded by Lum Santa, Akelo Lucy, Obama, Malende. Malende, welcome back. And Honorable Abedi Anifa. This time is not seconded. Dorcas, Nathan, Etuka, Adome, Phyllis, seconded by the whole house. Honorable members, I put a question that a report of Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on the financial statement of nature, research, training, and mentoring program for career development of faculty of medical education, partnership initiative institution, that is MEPI, at Makerere University College of Health Sciences for the year ended 31st July 2017 and 31st July 2018. The ayes have it. Next.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government, on the Auditor General's Special Audit Report on the Namamve Thermal Power Plant for the year ended 30th June 2021.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As earlier on highlighted, I'll just give a brief. Article 163, subsection 4 of the Constitution mandates that we handle this report. Minutes and proceedings of the committee are duly signed and attached for Namamve Thermal Power Plant. I beg to play.
Please play.
Madam Speaker, the original report of the Committee of Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's Special Audit Report on the Namamve Thermal Power Plant for the year ended 30th June 2021. The report is duly signed by the requisite number of members. I also beg to lay the original report. Madam Speaker, I will move straight to the introduction. 1.0. On the 5th of October 2021, this House referred to the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, a special audit report on the technical, legal, and financial evaluation of Namamve Thermal Plant by the Auditor General for the year ended 30th June 2021. 2.0, the methodology. Pursuant to Rule 174, the committee scrutinized the report of the Auditor General by meeting the following stakeholders. Number one, the accounting officer, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Number two, the management of Jacobson Uganda Power Plant Company Limited. Number three, the management of Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited. Number four, the management of Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited. And number five, the management of Electricity Regulatory Authority. Examining the report, the committee reviewed and made reference to the following documents. A, the special audit report by the Auditor General on the Namamve Power Plant. Two, the implementation agreement between Government of Uganda and Jacobson Electro as Norway. The opinion of the Attorney General on the implementation of the expiry of the implementation agreement. Number four, the draft power purchase agreement to be executed between Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, UEGCL, and Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited for Namamve Thermal Power Plant. The next is the implementation plan for the Namamve Thermal Power Plant, showing readiness for the takeover. F, concession and assignment agreement between ESCOM Uganda Limited and Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited relating to Kira and Naluvale hydroelectric facilities. G, copies of certificate of titles of land on which the facility sits. The committee further, Madam Speaker, undertook a field visit to the thermal plant in ground. On the 13th April 2007, Government of Uganda, through the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, entered into a build, operate, and transfer implementation agreement with Jacobson Electra AS Norway for the building, operation, and maintenance of a 50 megawatt heavy fuel thermal plant at Namamve for a period of 13 years, and thereafter transfer it to the Government of Uganda in accordance with the provisions of the IAA. Madam Speaker, in the implementation agreement was set to expire in September 2020, and the government commenced preparation for takeover. Pursuant to Section 2, Subsection 1 of the implementation agreement, by instituting a multi-institutional committee to plan for a seamless transfer of the plant to Government of Uganda, while guaranteeing continued supply of thermal electricity as when required. The multi-sectoral committee recommended that a technical, financial, and legal due diligence of the plant be carried out before handover pursuant to Section 6, Subsection 1, Subsection 3, and Section 6, Subsection 1 to 4, and Subsection 6, 1.6 of the implementation agreement to establish the status quo of the plan, assets and liabilities, among others. However, this recommendation did not take place in time due to COVID-19 restrictions and lack of funds for due diligence, prompting the multi-sector committee to recommend an extension of the implementation agreement for a period of 1 year ending 15th September 2021 to allow the government the government of Uganda finalized arrangements for the due diligence study. The study was eventually done and the report presented to the ministry in August 2021. The study determined, among others, that there were existing obligations by government of Uganda which had to be settled, estimated at 14,427,232,228 before the handover. The committee was informed that the government has since met all its obligations to JUPCL, that's the partners, and the handover of the plant had been scheduled for 15th February 2022. This followed a series of back and forth engagements.
Honorable members, I'm sorry to interrupt the chair. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Kingsway Primary School, Agago District, represented by Honorable Minister Akori Beatrice Akelo and Honorable Court Amos. They've come to observe the proceedings of the plenary. You're most welcome and thank you for coming. I had to interrupt because they want to travel back to the village. You're welcome and safe journey back. Please, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the interlude. Madam Speaker, that the same provisions had been misinterpreted as it did not apply where the government or any defaulting party would wish to use them to avoid meeting its contractual obligations. Number 4.0, key observations and recommendations in the special audit report. A, overall plant condition and performance. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General notes in his report that overall the power plant was found to be in a good condition based on a site visit conducted and other information reviewed. The Auditor General noted some minor incidents, however, affecting performance that included the generator differential protection, nuisance stripping, which was noted to be a recurring problem, lack of formal maintenance philosophy, lack of an oil spill contingency plan, and a non-functional computerized maintenance system, Maximo. The committee established, while interacting with the Ministry of Energy, that Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, a government agency appointed by government to operate and maintain the plant after the transfer, is already in a discussion with the regional manufacturers, the Wärtsilä, to carry out a detailed technical analysis of the power plant. It is hoped that their report will help draw up a list of maintenance requirements. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Energy further informed the committee that other works such as earthing, Maximo, and the non-functionality of the original black start system have been reinstated by the then plant operator as a precondition before the takeover. The government hopes to net it off from outstanding money to be paid to the outgoing plant operator. Madam Speaker, on this, the committee notes that the plant has since been taken over by government. Going forward, however, government should endeavor to regularly determine the cost of repair and maintenance of such enterprises through detailed studies. This will give a clear estimation of the costs of the obligation. B, valuation of the plant. The Auditor General notes in his report, Madam Speaker, that the value of the Namamve thermal plant was estimated at euros 27.6 million after taking into account the depreciated costs of euro at 39.15 million. On the original plant cost of euro 66.551 million, the report further notes that the land was valued at Uganda shillings 4.4 billion of the total value of the land, with additional land acquired by Jacobson Plant Company Limited being valued at Uganda shillings 800 million. Madam Speaker, this plant was initially situated on the land that was acquired by government, but for its operations, Jacobson did an expansion of the plant, but also acquired land for which that expansion was done. The Auditor General recommended that government should enter into negotiations with Jacobson to buy off the said land and compensate the company for the value of the additional improvements made. The committee, Madam Speaker, found out that the Minister of Energy has since engaged the Chief Government Valuer to make a determination on the true value of the land and the developments on it before compensating the company. Madam Speaker, the committee recommends that in future, government should be more exhaustive in their negotiations and undertakings to avoid ambiguity when settling obligations. C, land ownership. The committee notes that one of the contentious obligations which had been asked by Jacobson before the transfer of the plant is compensation of the additional land acquired by the company and the lack of a clear plan by the government on how it intends to settle all the other obligations. While meeting Jacobson, the committee was informed that the land initially availed to them by Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, that is the one I told you was the initial land, UETCL, for use at Mutundwe, was found to be inappropriate for use after a site study. The next one offered at Namangwe was equally found to be unsuitable for the establishment of the plant after geotechnical investigations revealed that the land was not firm enough to withstand vibration from the machines. The company stated that because they had already signed an implementation power purchase agreement with UETCL, and given the load shedding and the intimacy in power supply in the country, then they found it imperative as a matter of urgency and necessity to acquire additional land and construct then. The committee notes that although the company said they held discussions with UETCL before acquiring the additional land and were given a go-ahead, a letter seen by the committee dated 15th June 2007 by UETCL in reply suggests that they were not authorized to purchase any additional land. UETCL was categorical in the letter that the 3.77 acres land it had made available was adequate enough and that any other purchase would be too expensive. At this point, however, Madam Speaker, the company had already procured the additional land without approval and no corresponding provisions in the implementation agreement. On interrogating the matter further, Madam Speaker, the committee found out that the additional land bought by Jacobson for the plant is owned by one Mr. Omulen Lawrence, the current chairman of board of directors of the company, and is held by the company on a lease granted by him. Apparently, because the company was foreign owned, it could not acquire Milo land as it is now. The plant stands on land partly owned by Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited and Jacobson, for which they sought compensation. The committee recommends that government should acquire Milo interests for the said land. In the future, Madam Speaker, government should be more exhaustive in the negotiations and thrash out every detail, e.g., whether this land was a recoverable cost or part of the investment by the investor. Madam Speaker, on the additional investment by the Jacobson Group. The Auditor General notes in his report that the management of Jacobson submitted claims totaling to $3,634,383 in respect to additional investments made. However, supporting documents reviewed during the audit revealed that only $2,943,810 was satisfactorily verifiable. The Auditor General recommends that government should enter negotiations with Jacobson on how the company can be compensated. An opinion by the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, seen by the Committee on Settlement of Financial Obligations as determined by the Auditor General reads, and I quote, "Settlement of financial obligations as determined by the report of the Auditor General is not part of the obligation of the parties under the implementation agreement, and therefore cannot be a precondition to effect the transfer of the plant as suggested by Jacobson. Settlement of the financial obligation is subject to a separate agreement by the parties outside the implementation agreement." End of quote. Jacobson, however, faulted the opinion of the Attorney General on the grounds that he is conflicted in the matter as his law firm had represented Uganda Electricity Generation Company that was fronted by government to take over the plant before. The committee, however, did not find merit in the claims by Jacobson, since the law firm in question represented Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited long before the Attorney General was appointed. The agreement was also for a fixed period of time and was silent on any precondition for a handover, therefore making it untenable. The committee, therefore, Madam Speaker, recommends that government should in the future be more meticulous in drafting such agreements to leave no room for ambiguity. Government should also endeavor to honor its obligations in a time to avoid such avoidable conflicts. Madam Speaker, D, the tax obligation. The Auditor General noted in his report that Jacobson owed government a total of Uganda shillings 4,427,136,909 shillings in taxes, which remained outstanding at closure of the due diligence exercise. It was, however, noted that Jacobson was also demanding Uganda shillings 299,292,530 shillings in the tax credit. The Minister of Energy informed the committee that they would ensure that any outstanding tax obligations owed are settled by the company. They have since written a letter seen by the committee to Uganda Revenue Authority to ascertain any other tax obligation owed before settling government's obligations to Jacobson in order to facilitate the transfer of the plant to government of Uganda. Jacobson, on its part, clarified that it was fully compliant in terms of tax credits and NSSF obligations. The committee tasked the Minister of Energy to follow up on these two essential statutory obligations. Madam Speaker, the committee then went ahead to recommend that in the future, government should ensure that all obligations are met as stipulated in the agreement from both parties before negotiations for takeover. Madam Speaker, this is legal due diligence. The report The report of the Auditor General noted significant compliance with the legal requirements in the implementation agreement and other provisions, save for issues like absence of maintenance records and non-functional maintenance. Plant is located, actual asset list and inventory list as required by the generation and sale license of 2020. The committee, Madam Speaker, on this recommends that the government should take interest and close all non-compliance loopholes as they are prone to abuse. With regard to land and buildings which were valid under the due diligence, the government should seek the approval of the chief government valuer and the true value before entering such negotiations for compensation in the near future. Madam Speaker, F, the takeover. From the due diligence report that covered the technical, financial, and legal aspects of the plant, there were existing liabilities by government of Uganda to a tune of Uganda shillings 14,427,232,000 shillings, 228 shillings, which had to be settled. In that regard, Jacobson had insisted that government of Uganda had to first settle all its obligations before the transfer of the plant, despite a transfer agreement being in place. The company contends that expiry of the implementation agreement without full payment by government of Uganda would constitute a dispute. Government on its part had committed through the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that it would redeem its obligation in the second quarter of the financial year and advised that government proceeds to conclude the transfer of the plant to Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited. From the foregoing, therefore, the committee advises government to always. Madam Speaker, the committee also made general observations. Number one, Jacobson was originally foreign-owned and has since been transferred into a local company through sales of shares to Ugandans. It is therefore fully Ugandan-owned company which has built capacity on the continent in this sector. Such companies ought to be supported to realize the value in building such expertise and capability, which could in the future be exported to generate the much needed foreign exchange and foreign specialized wealth. Two, Madam Speaker, the committee also observed that whereas Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited is a government enterprise, it's a company which is subject to the provisions of PPDA and regulations. These were omitted in granting it concession by the government without giving other companies, including Jacobson, a chance to compete for the job. Owing to the monopoly given to Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, it is apparent that government could obtain a lower bid, as indeed agreed by Jacobson in its submission. Madam Speaker, the committee then made the following recommendations in respect to those observations. Government should always undertake efforts to promote local companies which have demonstrated expertise and capability in specialized and technical areas like this sector. Companies like Uganda Electricity Generation Company and Jacobson should be supported and encouraged to compete favorably. The second recommendation, Madam Speaker, it is in the considered opinion of the committee that Jacobson, which had quoted a comparatively lower cost to run the plant, be allowed to continue with the job. For example, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited quoted a startup cost of $30.03 per megawatt, a charge that Jacobson did not need to incur. Similarly, Jacobson quoted a declared capacity charge of $6.60 per megawatt against the 7.08 per megawatt of UEGCL. over and above the market price. The government and indeed all parties should respect and follow the PPDA and regulations, for they were not made in vain. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the global energy needs are continuing to diversify and evolve as the market for renewable energy production has become more competitive and cost efficient in comparison to traditional fossil fuels. As a country, we should work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We should have a significant investment in the development of renewable energy infrastructure and also technologies. Thermal power plants are expensive in terms of fuel and maintenance, and as a result, the emphasis for Uganda should be investment on more environmentally efficient energy solutions, including wind, solar, and natural gas, which are comparatively. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker. As I earlier on said, this report is equally signed by almost 3/4 of the members. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair. You've heard about the report. Christian, you want to say something? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the report. And we recognize that Uganda is moving now towards the appreciation of renewable and clean energy. But Right Honorable Speaker, based on what we have been presented, it is evident that in most cases we allocate areas where these investors can establish their investments without thorough environment and social impact assessments. From the report you can see, as Uganda, we allocated Mutundwe, we allocated Namamve, but based on the geologists of the investor, they found that the land we had allocated them was not adequate, could not accommodate the vibration of the investment. It came to our mind that this is the right time. We should fast track the geologists that we have in Uganda. Because when you look at the challenge of flooding in Mbale industrial area, the same applies. The investors come thinking that we have done a thorough job to allocate them the best places, yet these are places that are prone to flooding. They are places that cannot accommodate the geology of the area. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, we have not understood the worth of the company. Was it making profit? That we are taking it on and we are going to make profit? Right Honorable Speaker, when we had a benchmark in Tanzania, as such companies are handing over to the government, there is a group of locals who are readily trained to carry on the implementation and the activities of the investment. But here we are, our youth are looking for employment, and we have not seen how the locals are really going to benefit. It may not be feasible for us to know the shareholders of the company, but it may be of use at the moment to actually see and know who the shareholders are and the rate at which our youth are joining the employment, especially now that we are promoting the green jobs concept. There has been a comparison on clean energy and renewable energy, and the report is recommending that maintenance of the machinery leading us to this energy is very expensive. But Right Honorable Speaker, even wind, solar, and the rest are also very expensive. We would like to know and as well prepare ourselves as we transition. Which exact energy should we promote? Because we thought these are cheaper and sustainable, which we are not getting out of the report properly. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Christine. There was actually a forceful takeover of this company by UEDCL, something of the sort. And they did not consider the 2 years of COVID. They only considered 1 year, which I think was unfair. Yes, Akol? You have a motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the chairperson of the committee and the committee members for the report. However, before I move, I am seeing contradiction on page 4. The committee is telling us in page 4 that the amount of 14.4 something billion was the money that was realized that should be paid to the company. And in their own statement, they're saying the committee was informed that government has met all its obligations. And at the same time, at the end, the committee is saying the money is not yet paid. I see some contradiction there that I want the chairperson of the committee to clarify on that. Right Honorable Speaker, in future, we need to safeguard our investment that we want to transfer to the government, to the extent that somebody should not come from outside, pretending to be investor to invest in our country, and at the end of the day, we'll transfer it back to our people or to the government of Uganda. Then in the middle of it, the person changed to become a national company of Uganda, then request that the same project should be handed over to them. However, in this case, I think we have to look properly, see if we have not within the period trained the people who are able to run the project, then we are left with no option but to make sure that we can take the recommendation of the committee. But going forward, I think we should look into that. In the middle of it, is this company training our local people in the country who can be able to run the similar project when they leave the country? In this case, we cannot do much because we have not been monitoring it. We don't know whether we have the local people who can run the project, then we don't risk at the moment. But in future, I think it is important that we safeguard people who come, that they invest in the country, they're going to build, and at the end of the day operate, and then hand over to our government. Then at the end, we say we are a local company, we want to take over ourselves. I think we have to be, serious on this and monitor before we come to the end of it. Thank you very much.
Santa, I'm coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to thank the committee for coming up with this good report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, one, government always enters into agreement, which requires counterpart funding. But at the end of it all, you find that government is not meeting its obligation. Madam Speaker, this is very serious. By the time government enters into a project of this nature, I want to believe that the government has a planning unit and it has planned. So much so that, Madam Speaker, we always find ourselves in incurring a lot of costs. For example, you see money changing and keeping on increasing on the amount. Madam Speaker, issue number 2, the Attorney General, for the first time, really impressed me by stating it categorically clear on page 8 that this business of entering into agreement and then later you do your own things should not be tolerated. I want to thank the Attorney General on this, Madam Speaker. But I want to get some point of clarification as to why the committee has not followed suits. Then finally, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the local content, I'm somehow impressed that this company was given to the local people. This is what we have been crying for. But, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether we have some people, some Ugandans who are trained. At one time I visited, as a committee, we visited, I think, Ghana, and any company, a foreign company which comes in, one very key issue that must stand out very clearly is training of the local people. So that when they are leaving, we have the local people trained to technically manage such a good and big program. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I beg to submit.
Morris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to join the colleagues in thanking the chairperson and the committee for the good work done. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has given us good recommendations. And under that background, Right Honorable Speaker, unless somebody has a serious amendment, I wish to move a motion that the House adopts the report of the committee as it has been.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Isaac Otimgiu, Badiere County in Nebi District. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the committee has actually presented a very important report which is affecting most areas of our country. And for that reason, I do not second the motion which was brought on the floor by our honorable colleague. I still feel that we have some inputs that we should put on this.
What is your input?
My input, Madam Speaker, is mainly that the energy amendment bill, which was passed on this house, which is due to be brought back, cannot actually be brought back any sooner. Because the issue of monopoly is what is actually affecting our energy industry in this matter. Uganda Electricity Distribution Company and the Generation Company are actually taking the advantage of the monopoly in this industry. As we can see on this report, also on the recommendation of the committee, their names have again come up.
So you're suggesting we merge them?
I'm suggesting that actually we merge the company because they're all almost doing the same thing, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The issue of monopoly denying the small companies to be able to get capacity building. Yes, Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to say something later about this report. Allow me also add my voice in thanking the committee for doing a good job. Madam Speaker, I associate myself with the recommendations that was made by the committee, especially the recommendations on page 11 of the report. And also observing that JUPPCL, which was formerly foreign, is actually a local, is now a local company. Madam Speaker, as a country, we need to put a lot of effort in local content and develop our capacity as a country, because many of these foreign companies, when they come, take away even the knowledge which they came with. They even take away the monies. So for me, I am in total agreement and support of the recommendation of the committee. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, on recommendation 3 on page 11, where governments and indeed all parties should respect and follow the PPDA and regulations. Madam Speaker, following your directive to COSASE, I take this as something very urgent that we need to work on as a vice chair of COSASE, and this is something we are going to follow up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Yume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would want to thank the committee for their excellent report. Mine is just to resound the fact that 2003, 2007, and 2011 were quite black spots in the history of the energy sector. The load shedding was a step to come in with thermal as an emergency measure. And these emergency measures boil down to the fact that we don't plan, we don't forecast. Thermal electricity is the most expensive. I think going forward, instead of these knee-jerk reactions, how can we forecast 30, 40, 50 years from now, build infrastructure that will not be able to be outstripped by demand? We are at the equator, Madam Speaker. Solar harvesting, solar energy, which is being done in Europe. And for them, the panels actually turn. Where the sun is, they turn. But here, we are at the equator, we have the solar. Why don't we go into solar farms? I saw one on about 50 acres in Busia, and I think that's the way to go. We can get the same 10 megawatts from solar farms. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Is that Jen? Naboro?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the report. And Madam Speaker, allow me to, I want to agree with honorable members here who have posed concern about the delay or underutilization of, or delay in the thermal solar project in Namamve. Right Honorable Speaker, as a Committee of Finance, in the last Parliament, we took a visit to the Namamve industrial, the Kampala industrial area. And one of our findings was many investors are not taking up the plots that have been given because of the delay in this thermal solar project. And then the other finding that we got was that the government seems not to be speaking to each other. The NEMA had put a sort of an embargo on this because they were saying this was in a wetland and the project could not be continued. Their interventions, because these are same government, same entities in the government, but you find that when the project has been approved, then the other part of government is saying, no, you can't continue. I think this is delaying service to our people. This is delaying the growth and development of this country, and it needs to be urgently addressed. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Government, you need to speak to each other. Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Namamve thermal power plant is in Mukono district. So my question, I want to first of all appreciate the report from the Park Committee, but I also want to add on to this information about acquisition of land in the Namamve Industrial Park. Uganda Investment Authority normally has locations depending on the kind of work you're going to do or ability of the machines. I wonder why before allocating the thermal plant activity or transaction could not have first done as such before allocating you the land leading to vibrations. 1, 2, I also want to ask whether this thermal plant attracts employment to my local people around Namamve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Honorable Dokola. Miss Uganda.
I'm telling you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for declaring me permanent Miss Uganda. However, I would like to make a comment on paragraph C we need to clear out. First of all, we are talking about government company vis-a-vis a privately owned company. Although shares have been bought in, but some of us who fought with the economy when it was almost 80% in the hands of foreigners, in order to transfer it to the hands of the local. It's not easy. Sometimes it appears as if the local have bought shares in a previously owned foreign company. When you look deeper, what the lawyers would call opening the veil, or opening the veil, you'll find that actually deep inside there has not been much local component in the new face of the company. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to caution ourselves, this institution of parliament, that we must encourage our own company that can help us, one, to develop something which is ours. Power is so important that if we are to let it go in the hands of foreigners and they can cause darkness in the country, it's a big security risk. So we should make sure we strengthen our own, and will also help us to recruit our own people in the employment of those companies that we are actually trying to bring down. So, Speaker, in that paragraph which I'm citing, paragraph C, here is a chair who has sold, chairman of the board of directors, selling his own private land to the company where he is the chair and the leader of the policy formulation of the company. And you sell your own land to the very company. This matter has not been cleared here. And there are so many other issues which are hanging. Right, Honorable Speaker, we can quickly approve this report, but we must be mindful that there are so many errors which have been cited. We must clean it, we can't run away from it. It is very obvious and we can't hide it. I think we need to dig deeper, and maybe we need to be guided even by the legal team, because here we are talking about a letter dated 15 June, barring the company from further acquisition of land. So how did they manage to get more land when this particular section did not allow them? So really, I think we have to be straight, because nobody else can help us if we can't help ourselves. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, why is West Nile in darkness? Why is West Nile in darkness up to this area? We have already signed a contract with this company. I don't know whether they are called Electro something. Why is it still in darkness? And even yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, I tried to call here and there, and I was told that there is general load shedding arising from where? Can we do something about our Karuma Dam, if they can possibly save us the crisis at the moment? So, Right Honorable Speaker, we have spent a lot of money. We have invested so much in power, but we are not seeing the result of that investment. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair. Can you respond? I had a meeting today with the members of Parliament of West Nile, headed by the chairman of West Nile, with the Minister of Energy, with the Electromax. Is that Electromax or whichever, the companies that provide power to West Nile? And we agreed there should be a motion in this house tomorrow in regards to electricity in West Nile. Because lack of electricity has caused a lot of insecurity, it has affected the health centers, it has affected education, it has affected everything. And when you look at the providers of power in that area, it's like they are coached on what to say. They say for the last 1 week, we have been okay. And yet the members are saying there is no power. So we'll have a motion here tomorrow and we have that issue resolved. It is only this house that can pronounce whether the company can continue or not. And I want to tell you ministers, it is this house that can only make a decision, good or bad.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the colleagues for the observations and compliments that have been raised. Honorable Akol raised the concern of on page 4 of 14 billion 427, which he said looked inconsistent on the other page. Madam Speaker, this was an estimate of the outstanding obligation. And at the end of it all, when you go to page 10, after assessment, and the assessment by Jacobson insisted the agreement, implementation agreement had expired. So in that case, they cannot transfer the project to GOU before their obligations are met. And you will recall that the 14, which was raised on page 4, was what was formally agreed as the outstanding obligations. Other than that, they were prepared to institute a legal dispute resolution on that note. So that 14 is what was agreed, and I think it was harmonized and resolved for payment. Honorable Lucy raised the concern of local content. Madam Speaker, as you will read in our general observations, Jacobson is one of the companies that has moved forward in this sector, private company that has moved forward in this sector. They trained personnel, and our own UEGCL took over some of those personnel who had been trained. But I've also moved ahead in other various energy-related directions. I think they're one of the leading local consultancy agencies as far as the power sector is concerned. We are also reliably informed they have even moved into the oil sector and are continuing to provide expertise within the interests of also the oil sector. So it is actually one of the local companies that continues to build the capacity for the benefit of our local industry. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Mukono raised the concern as to why there was a shift from Namave to where the company finally settled. We were told, and as per the report, geotechnical surveys were done on the areas that had been allocated to them in Namave and found not suitable. And that is what informed the minimum requirements as far as the environmental impact assessment was concerned, but also in terms of suitability. As far as employing the local people around there is concerned, I want to believe that those with the technical expertise, this is a very sensitive project, those with the technical expertise, like I've already highlighted, maybe some of those people are observed and who have been taken over by UEGCL might be Mukono people. I'm not very sure, but as per the technicalities and requirements of this project in particular, I know they have continued to grow the Ugandan local content as experts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. First of all, I would wish to appreciate the report of the committee. What they highlighted in their report and the inadequacies at the time were truly inadequacies that we had. And we also have to look back, when was this thermal plant put in place. It was at the time when this country was literally running dark, and government had to make a decision to actually have a thermal plant put in place at that time to meet our energy needs. Over time, we have built capacity to generate the power through sustainable means. For example, the generation of hydroelectric power has actually gone up since then. The renewal of the concession for generation of thermal electricity power was actually occasioned by still the need to have the plant running. And it reached a time when the concession came to its logical end. And in the concessional agreement, the power purchase agreement, it was actually very clear at certain time, the thermal plant reverts to government. And that's when it goes to government. And the transfer was guided within the laws, the provisions of our laws of Uganda made by this parliament. And now, at the time of the transfer, Jacobson was registered as a concessionaire, as a foreign company. And in the provisions of the concession, the plant was supposed to be handed over to Uganda. That's how this came about. And this thermal plant now, as we talk, we have sustainable generation of electricity through renewable sources, where we are projecting that we have more power than we are consuming. We are producing now up to about 1,370 plus megawatts against a peak demand of about 800 megawatts. That's why in Parliament, last time we were asking to be allowed some resources for deemed energy. However, this thermal plant is still necessary as a standby source of energy should anything happen. It is a standby as a backup. It is not operating 100%. It's operating at minimum just to keep the engines running. There isn't much business on that thermal plant now. Even if we gave it to a private sector, they may not be able to adequately generate the profits that they expect because they stand by. We are bringing in 600 megawatts come March next year on top of the 1,300 megawatts. It means we are going to have more deemed energy unless we perfect the distribution and the utilization of electricity in this country. I allow clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, planning is very critical. And this is a priority government project that required planning. Right Honorable Speaker, I've seen government constructing expensive government installations on land that does not own, and eventually compensation becomes so high. So why did you fail to do planning so that we expend monies that are basically fair?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Speaker, I had the chance of going to West Nile in the 9th and 10th Parliament. And indeed, when you go to West Nile, Honourable Speaker, they are generating power using thermal, and at 8, they were switching off power because they don't want to consume fuel. They want to use fuel. But there is a Catholic church which runs the radio called the Passes, if I Passes. Now, the Abazungus there, white priests at the parish, they are generating that they can serve West Nile power if these people can procure power from them. And because of political, maybe those West Nile will correct me where I go wrong. Because by the time we left there, they were willing and they would sell power at cheaper cost to West Nile. But you want to find out from the Honorable Minister, what is that making you fail to get an agreement with the Catholic Church, which is a community-based, which are community-based people, to give power that can last throughout the time and it's a bit cheaper than spending on fuel. Then lastly, Mr. Honorable Minister, the dam is constructed at Karuma. We are seeing power running up Chisoro. We know the distance between Kampala and Chisoro or Jinja. Why aren't you planting lines from Karuma, crossing the bridge is there? Can you explain all that?
Information.
Thank you, no speak.
Information.
You say there is too much power produced. Why do we still have load shedding, even in Kampala?
They are producing more than we need.
Father,
Why do we have load shedding?
thank you for giving me the opportunity to give more information.
Is it the one who gave you opportunity?
Right, Honorable
You
Speaker.
sit.
Right, I'm giving very critical information, Right, Honorable Speaker, which will help the House and all of us. Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to give the information to this House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I heard the minister talking about that thermal plant, that it is a standby just in case of anything. And this House passed money for the solar project in Kororo, which they have said that it's working effectively and it supplies a lot of energy that will complement hydroelectricity power. In addition to that, we recently also passed a budget that is going to produce solar power in Nakasongola, which project is huge. So why don't we use that solar power that is free in terms of using the sunlight, such that we don't spend more money on thermal power that is extremely expensive? We should support solar power. And let me tell you, countries that are using solar power save a lot than the electricity that we are talking about.
Honorable Nyachi, when did you pass the money?
Pardon?
When did we pass the money?
Yes, in this recent budget.
First ask the minister, do you have the money? You ask him the question, do you have the money? Honorable Minister, there is a question from Honorable Nyachi.
Actually, Right Honorable Speaker, it is an issue of planning. Because why I'm saying, Right Honorable Speaker, give me the opportunity.
Now, let me tell you, the money that you passed here, the one that was supposed to go to energy, to gender, to where, has been cut by how much? How much percentage have you got? 8%. So now the issue is the even doesn't have the money. He's only trying to cover the face of government.
Well,
Lop.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, just as you have alluded to having dimmed energy through these thermal power plants, I'm really shocked because that energy is very expensive to produce. In terms of fuel, talk about Jacobesan, Uganda power plant. That is a guzzler, even before it was locally owned and it transferred into a local company. We had been grappling with the expenses that would go into fuel. So in terms of fuel and maintenance, these thermal power plants are very expensive. And the government, I would implore you to be advising that you shift and invest in, say, wind energy. We have lots of wasted wind. You go to Mount Elgon, go to Kapchorwa. Lots of wind. Solar energy, or even natural gas, as it is actually mentioned in the report. But the minister, to shower praises on the excess energy, when it is very expensive to produce, I think we had better take counsel and guidance from the committee report. Couldn't we go for cleaner energy? Because if we could have environmentally friendly, environmentally efficient solutions like that of wind, you know, the world we have now, the challenge, this climate change is a global challenge. And as we grapple with it, we should minimize greenhouse gas emissions through such cleaner energy. But also, lastly, Honorable Minister, why would government flout your regulations that you could give monopoly to Uganda electricity generation company against a local company of Jacobson? I think is a vice that you ought to equally condemn. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No? Minister, do you still have what to say?
Right, Honorable Speaker, we're actually talking the same. I'm saying, hold on. When you're talking, I was
we are talking the same in terms of.
We are talking this going clean energy. Most of the power which we are producing and using is hydro, which is clean. We are promoting the use of solar. That is clean energy. We are promoting cheaper sources of electricity, as Loeb has rightly said, because thermal is extremely expensive and it pollutes the environment, unlike the other sources. And we're exploiting the energy mix, mainly using sustainable and clean energy sources. So that's why I'm saying we're actually talking the same.
And are we talking the same in terms of Bubu?
I need to come to that one.
Honorable Minister, for giving way. Whereas we are promoting clean energy, you know that we have spent money on dams to construct hydro energy. The energy that is being produced at Achua is not actually being taken to the people, and we continuously pay a lot of money over that energy. And there is the Right Honorable Speaker, the land, the energy is not being transmitted to people because some private person was given land which was previously owned by government, and the person has stopped government from extending power to the people. The clarification I seek from you, what is going to happen to the dams over which we have paid so much money and we have failed to transmit this power to the people, whereas we promote clean energy?
Honorable Minister.
She is right. The ministry is in this desires to get that power transmitted. And many times we have come to this house to ask for money to do that. We have not got that money. So it is not money. How do you construct a transmission line without money? It is planned, and you have not given me the money. Now, coming to procurement, that one we can take it and discuss
how do we streamline if there was a mistake made in procurement and the reversal of this thermal power plant to government? If there was a mistake made, let's discuss it. On procurement, as concluded by the committee, that's
Honorable members, all of you have given your contribution, and this report will go to the relevant ministry for a treasury memorandum. And I want you to take seriously the recommendations of the committee, plus the amendments of the members. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Public Accounts, Central Government, on Auditor's General Special Audit Report on the Nile Thermal Power Plant for the year ended 2021, June 2021, be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Item 6, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government on the Auditor General's report on the United Nations Population Fund project implemented by the National Population Council for the year ended 31st December 2020.
Can you summarize this? There is only one amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. As far as I recall, Honorable Segona was the chairman of that committee, deputized by Honorable Basari. May he report on the fate of his chairperson and deputy as he proceeds. Is it proceeded right?
You're a member of my committee, that's appointments committee. Once I delegate you, you become the chair. At that particular time, he is delegated and I was written to on the delegation.
What's obliged, Madam? Right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that wide guidance. I am here to execute the mandate of Parliament and on behalf of the Public Accounts Committee. I also want to remind you that I'm also the whip of that committee. So when my bosses are not around, I take charge to present in the interest of the South. Madam Speaker.
Chairman for today takes charge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minutes of the Committee on Public Accounts Committee Central for this last presentation have also been attached, and I beg to lay the minutes and proceedings of this report on the table. Madam Speaker, this is a report of the Committee on Public Accounts Committee on the audit, on the Auditor General's report on the United Nations Population Fund project implemented by the National Population Council for the year ended 31st December 2020. The original report signed by members in the majority is also hereby presented and laid on the table. Madam Speaker, as part of the introduction, this is a very brief report. It will take me a very short time to conclude. On the 5th October 2021, Parliament referred the Auditor General's report of the United Nations Population Fund implemented by National Population Council NPC for the year ended 31st December 2020. The report that attracted an unqualified opinion by the Auditor General covered the accounting statements comprising of the combined delivery report presented, funding authorization and the certificate of expenditure, and a summary of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information of UNFPA. The methodology, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 174, the committee scrutinized the report of the Auditor General and met with the accounting officer. The committee further reviewed and made references to the auditor, to the audit report on UNFP program, completion report of the 8th GAU/UNFPA country program, evaluation report, proof of accountability of uncredited funds, and the details of the unstamped vouchers. Number 3, Madam Speaker, the observations and recommendations. Payment of ineligible VAT. The audit report noted that management made VAT payments of Uganda shillings 17,308,575 shillings in respect of supply of hotel services, media broadcasting, and supply of assorted items, contrary to Section 24, subsection 7 of the VAT Act, which requires taxable supplies made to a government institution by a contractor executing an aid-funded project to be deemed paid by government institutions. The gross amount paid, inclusive of VAT, from all supplies was done without considering the provisions of both IP agreements and the VAT Act. While meeting with the committee, Madam Speaker, the management acknowledged the anomaly in VAT payments and informed the meeting that it was a mistake on their part to have charged a wrong budget line and instead paid VAT service providers and not Uganda Revenue Authority. They further informed the committee that Uganda shilling 17,308,575 shillings, being the VAT paid in error in respect of various supplies, was refunded to UNFPA. Although the money was refunded, the committee, Madam Speaker, notes that this act is in violation of the VAT Act and in a breach of the IP agreement. Management should ensure that internal financial controls are put in place to avoid such occurrences in the future. The committee notes, Madam Speaker, that although the Auditor General classifies this report on the entity as unqualified, the report raised a number of issues that were not complied with, some reoccurring from the previous audit. They included as number 1, failure to stamp vouchers and stamps paid, delay to release money by the partner leading to the implementation of activities, inadequate financial control procedures concerning accountability statements, and then 4, uncredited transfers unaccounted for funds in the reconciliation. Although the management informed the committee that measures have been put in place to address the recurring audit queries, the committee notes that failure to stamp vouchers as paid presents a high risk of presenting such documents to support future fictitious payments. The committee, Madam Speaker, made a recommendation that a forensic audit is done to determine how many vouchers were not stamped and the corresponding amounts of money to avoid reoccurrence of the same in the near future. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit. This report is also duly signed by majority of the members, and I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Cecilia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very straightforward audit opinion on the agency we are trying to investigate. The issue which has come out very clearly is the issue of corporate governance. Right Honorable Speaker, we have talked about in the last parliament about bringing up a law, a framework that will regulate the behaviors of those that manage the different agencies, whether private or government owned. And because these regulations are lacking, that's why we are having all these problems. It doesn't matter how many audits you will do, as long as the practice is not controlled, we are likely to have so many agencies abused, Right Honorable Speaker. So I beg to request that maybe the commission and the relevant committee should come up with a law to regulate the management of the various institutions we have in the country. I beg to submit.
Thank you. These are direct issues. I will put a question to the effect, because there's only one issue and concerns governance. And now put a question, the report of the Committee of Public Accounts, Central Government on Auditor General's report on the United Nations Population Fund, implemented by National Population Council for the year ended 31st December 2020, be adopted. Those in favor, sign to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Item 3, motion.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank you and thank colleagues who have supported us in this report, but also as per your earlier communication when we were starting and your citing of Article 163, subsection 4, I want to inform you that, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you, by next week, we shall be ready to load the House with our health reports. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I will be glad to receive your reports. Want Park, Central Park, local government, and COSASE. But all the other committees that have work must bring them to the House. Yes.
Item 3, motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize the state of the youth in Uganda.
Honorable members, on Friday, 5th August 2022, I officiated the opening of the Youth Parliament in this House, which was hosted in these chambers. I undertook to allow Honorable Court Boniface Henry, the youth representative for the North, an opportunity to move a motion in this House. And here he is. Kindly move your motion, which we will debate together with a statement from Honorable Amungi, the Minister of Gender.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, you had guided the House that the motion of the youth representative will have to come first, and then we discuss that motion of the youth together with the information from the Ministry of Gender. But looking at the House, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of youth is so important. And I'm sure the Ministry of Gender will not feel comfortable that we will be reading this motion when the House is not very well represented. And then Some people don't seem to have had lunch like me. They're also getting, the sugar level is also getting down a bit. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to be guided. Is it procedurally right that a very important motion that concerns the youth of this country be presented to the House when the House is currently represented this afternoon? And right.
You know, one important thing is Mama is not a youth. She's a senior youth. The rest of the youth are here. And they are ready to receive the motion. So go ahead and read your motion. Morris, you will come and debate on the motion. I know you're still a youth.
Thank you for the guidance. Pursuant to Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure, I move a motion, I rise to move a motion for the resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize the state of the youth in Uganda. Whereas Article 79(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, bestows upon Parliament the power to legislate on any matter for the peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. And whereas the National Development Plan 3 recognizes the need to harness the youthful population as a precondition for attaining the country's development aspirations, including reducing youth unemployment, the abundant labor force, and future demand by streamlining and reforming youth and women employment programs to help young Ugandans find employment. It further puts a priority on skills and vocational development in all significant resources to facilitate employment, livelihood, and entrepreneurship through the like a Myoga for supporting non-agricultural enterprises and the parish development model for supporting agricultural enterprises, and the Uganda Development Bank special program for the youth as a post-COVID youth enterprise support. And further aware that the youth who are between the age of 18 to 30 years constitute 19% of the population and are a very large group of the productive workforce of the population. And yet youth labor underutilization is still high at 43.5%. Recall some resolutions to address the various challenges affecting the youth, and also cognizant of the positive the youth through initiating employment and skilling reforms, promoting youth health and education reforms, instituting youth participation in decision-making while paying attention to gender equality and encouraging climate governance to mitigate the effects of climate change. Concerned that the quality of education remains generally low and mostly expensive, characterized by free education programs of UPE and USE that are not necessarily free, coupled with a high rate of school dropout, especially post-COVID-19, owing to a high rate of teenage motherhood and a mismatch and knowledge produced by training institutions, noting that there was an increase in the proportion of working persons purely in subsistence agriculture due to COVID-19, and further noting that while the government has invested a lot of resources to facilitate agricultural financing across the value chain, the structure and the nature of such schemes and limited access to information has made it difficult for the youth to access. Recognizing that access to health services continues to be a burden to the youth citizen, with an increasing cost of healthcare and a rise in out-of-pocket expenses with only 3.9% of the population having access to health insurance, and further recognizing that there is limited structured government support and policies for startups, science and technology-based innovations and initiatives that have the potential of transforming lives and providing local solutions and creating employment, noting that sustainable development is the target of government development programs, and the climate financing remains dismally low in Uganda. In the financial year 2022 and 23 national budget, only Uganda shilling 628 billion has been apportioned for actions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And further noting that 37.2% of climate change and disaster victims are aged between 5 to 18 years, while an additional 37.4 are aged between 18 to 49. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Parliament that, number one, government scales up interventions for youth in skilling, employment and livelihoods, by, among others, ensuring that all forms of financing are significant, accessible and affordable, with a dedicated and ring-fenced quota for the youth. Secondly, that government ensures that all social services in health and education are youth responsive. Number three, that government deliberately, meaningfully and adequately involves the youth in decision-making at various hierarchies of government. And then four, that government ramps up climate change governance initiatives while involving the youth. I beg to move.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Ms. Cecilia. Seconded by Amos, Margaret, Phyllis, by the whole house. Judith, can you, Court, can you speak to your motion very briefly?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker of the House. August is a very special month for the youth internationally, since it's a time that we celebrate the International Youth Day every 12th of August. I want to beseech you, the Right Honorable Speaker, and members of this House, to consider reserving time every August to debate a motion on the annual state of the youth in Uganda, and also receive reports of actions taken by the responsible MDAs on the resolutions concerning the youth in this House. Right Honorable Speaker, I will also want to comment on the statement by our able minister regarding the International Youth Day by stating that we appreciate the work of the Ministry of Gender to the young people. However, I want to express my utter disappointment in particularly the shift of the International Youth Day from its internationally gazetted date of 12 August to the 26th of August 2022. It must be remembered that this celebration is an annual calendar event that government knows exists. And so we are here talking about, and the rationale for the shift of the date is purely on account of unavailable funding. And in my opinion, it shows a lack of prioritization of youth issues. And yet we have celebrated these events under very restrictive conditions of COVID-19 in 2020 and 2021. And so I want to demand on behalf of the young people that this date be celebrated on its internationally gazetted date of 12th of August. And the Ministry of Gender and the Minister for Finance here should also make commitments to the young people of this country that they are not forgotten about. Now, back to my motion, Right Honorable Speaker. The development of this particular motion, I want to salute members of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs and our very progressive partners who are in the gallery. The spirit of this motion is tied with our commitment to ensure that the aspirations of everyday youth are solicited, aggregated, and presented at the highest levels of decision-making. In acknowledgement of our constitutional mandate of legislation, appropriation, oversight, and representation, we held various consultations with sections of young people, including the National Youth Council, the Youth Councillors, Uganda National Students Association, the University Guild Leaders, youth in political parties, youth in civil society organizations, youth in formal and informal employment, the youth in rural and urban spaces, among many other groups. And we developed the National State of the Youth Report 2022 and the Youth Legislative Agenda, which is for 5 years, 2022-2026, to guide and provide youth legislative direction over the next 5 years. Last Friday also, shared by you, on the 5th of August 2022, the Parliament of Uganda, under the correct stewardship of the Right Honorable Speaker, 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, the resolutions I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker, the resolutions of the National Youth Parliament 2022, which was conducted here. I beg to lay.
Please lay and clerk, that should be captured.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also have the National State of the Youth Report 2022. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, these documents are linked to the overall strategic framework of Parliament of Uganda, whose overall goal is to legislate for the people, for sustainable development and democracy in Uganda. Following these multiple stakeholder consultations with the youth, we noted and summarized the youth challenges into 4 core themes and made recommendations for interventions of government. Challenge number 1 is particularly the question of the effectiveness of government interventions for youth, employment, and better livelihoods. Challenge number 2 that we found is particularly the question of the responsiveness of social services in health and education to meet the needs of the youth. Challenge number 3 is the question of the meaningfulness of youth participation in decision-making and governance, while cognizant of gender equality. Challenge number 4 is the question of deliberate youth involvement in climate change governance. I'll go to question number 1, Right Honorable, on how effective are the interventions of government for youth employment and better livelihoods. The UN defines the youth as a person between the ages of 15 and 24 years of age. The African Youth Charter, which is a continental framework, defines the youth as an individual between 15 to 35 years of age, while the Uganda National Youth Policy defines the youth as a person aged 15 to 30 years and recognizes that the youth are a heterogeneous group. Constitutionally, a youth in Uganda is a person between the ages of 18 to 30 years. Youth, however, is best understood as a period of transition from the dependence of childhood to the independence of adulthood. Going by these definitions, we can resolve that all members in this House are either youth or OBs and OGs of the youth, or better still, senior youth, including ATAT, Cecilia Gwal. Hence the need to support these pro-youth interventions without reservations. It should also be noted that Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world, with 78% of our population below the age of 30, representing a significant development potential, and if left untapped, could turn into a major development challenge. Uganda's national unemployment rate is currently 9.2%. The unemployment rate for youth aged 18 to 30 is 13.3%. Following the interruptions of COVID-19, the unemployment rates have increased. A majority of those who are employed are underemployed, working in risky, non-rewarding jobs that cannot afford a decent living. The greatest generational need for the contemporary young person is to tackle poverty through employment and livelihood enhancement intervention, be it a rural, urban, or even a ghetto youth. The youth demand that government reconsiders its focus to meet the 21st century needs of the youth in the following 5 strategic sectors that are best placed to accelerate employment of the youth in Uganda. Sector number one is commercial agriculture. While they acknowledge and appreciate the existence of agricultural financing, the young people demand that government addresses the limitedness, inaccessibility, and unaffordability of financing for agriculture. Government must include aspects of support for mechanization or agrotechnology to ensure agriculture is not only rain-fed, but integrate irrigation and fertilizer use. Of concern is also access to markets and technical support to youth agro-business and agro-startups. Our recommendations are that government should ensure that A, there is clarity on whether the youth quota in the parish development model of 30% is on the funds available or on the youth membership of the enterprise groups. B, that the parish development model, being an agricultural financing, must be cognizant of the planting seasons so that support is timely. We've learned as young people from previous government agricultural interventions that offering agricultural inputs off-season is a wastage of efforts and taxpayers' money to increase household incomes or even improve food security. C, that government develops a comprehensive phase-out strategy of the youth livelihood program, without which youth livelihood program must be retained and recapitalized. What is the future of these orphaned youth livelihood groups? What happens to the recovered and unrecovered funds? Otherwise, we risk undoing the gains of the program. The youth livelihood program is a revolving fund. Therefore, the unplanned collapse of the program will lead to the death of many youth groups that benefited from the program. For sustainability, the youth demand that going forward, we build on programs rather than totally collapsing one program for another. D, that government increases its investment in agribusiness incubation centers to enable the youth to access modern agribusiness equipment and technical advisory services. E, that government popularizes the existing agribusiness innovation hubs like Uganda Industrial Research Institute to enable more youth to access hands-on entrepreneurship training. F, that the Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives promotes youth-led cooperatives to increase the access to credit and technical advisory service. G, that government provides free land to verified youth groups. Uganda Investment Authority should undertake deliberate policy of allocating free land to organize youth groups for commercial agriculture. This shall increase the number of young people involved in agriculture for employment and also respond to the question of land ownership for the youth. H, that government fast tracks the extension of electricity and reduces tariffs for small industries doing value addition. For example, it's unfortunate that a sub-region like Nile, with many young entrepreneurs, only 8.4% of the population is connected to the national grid as per the UBOS household survey of 2019-2020. Sector 2 is on trade, industry, and manufacturing. The skilling gap and the mismatch between labor market demands and education is an existential challenge in the employment sector. We recommend that A, government expedites the establishment of the zonal youth skilling centers in the zonal industrial hubs. It is important for government to inform Parliament of the policies guiding the stakeholder involvement. For example, the youth leaders and the MPs are not being consulted. These skilling centers should be equipped with common user facility and linked to government agencies responsible for business facilitation, like URI, to spur more innovation and entrepreneurship among young people. Uganda National Bureau of Standards should also support pre-certification for innovative products of less than 2 years old. Uganda Revenue Authority should also play a central role in supporting innovations that have a high potential for growth and replication for future widening of the tax base. B, that there are deliberate job reservations for youth in foreign firms operating in Uganda, and also job reservations in public works projects. For example, road works and public procurement contracts. This will also enhance technology transfer. C, that the special program for youth enterprise under the Uganda Development Bank is made more accessible to young people throughout Uganda, and adequate publicity of the program is prioritized. D, that the government prioritizes increasing the number of visa-free African countries for Ugandan citizens, so that our young traders meaningfully benefit from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is one of the largest free trade areas, comprising of a market size of 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars. Sector 3 is on service industries, entrepreneurship, and externalization of labor. In 2015, Uganda was named the most entrepreneurial country in the world in a report by B2B Marketplace Approved Index. According to Economic Policy Research Center, the MSMEs, or micro, small, medium enterprises, employ 8.5 million Ugandans. 90% of the SMEs contribute to the private sector, and 80% are in the manufacturing. And yet, the sad fact is that 70% of these MSMEs close before celebrating the second birthday. It is hard to find a purely founded Ugandan business that is more than 30 years old, Right Honorable Speaker. Entrepreneurship in Uganda today reflects necessity-driven approaches than opportunity-driven. The limitedness of these incentives will drive businesses to close even when there is a high farm entry. Of concern is also the unfavorable taxation regime for the enterprising youth, characterized by absence.
Are you about to finish?
Yes, I'm about. The issues of the youth are quite many, Right Honorable Speaker.
So you're not allowing other people to debate because you're exhausted?
We're almost done, right? Of concern is also the unfavorable taxation regime for the enterprising youth, characterized by the absence of clear policies to guide the tax exemptions. Government tax exemptions, government bailouts, and other investor incentives. This, coupled with private and public sector corruption in business, locks out young people from competing favorably in the market. We recommend that government introduces a Startup Act, which is intended to be a comprehensive legislation and regulatory framework aimed at fostering entrepreneurship and enabling the development of new firms with a high growth potential through the granting of targeted incentives. B, that government develops clear policy guidelines for issuance, management, and monitoring of different tax benefits and incentives issued to protect businesses owned by youth. C, that the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development expedites the development, publishing, and gazetting of the National Local Content Plan, which contains mechanisms for achieving local content obligations prescribed by the Act. More specifically, youth are demanding participation in government procurement through ring-fencing of at least 30% of local contracts for youth-owned companies. D, that government supports small business through recapitalization. E, that government ensures that government explains to youth the performance of the Youth Venture Capital Fund and consults on the fundamental reforms to the program. For example, who monitors and evaluates the program when the youth leaders are delinked? We are also informed that some of these banks have started marketing their expensive loan packages to the youth instead of offering them this fund. The youth are concerned about the level of commitment to protect Ugandan migrant workers from exploitation, hazardous work, environment, and trafficking. Our recommendations are that government champions policy and legislative reforms on labor externalization. B, that government explores bilateral protocols for more professional and higher paying external jobs. Sector 4, Right Honorable Speaker, is on ICT. There is limited and structured government support for science and technology-based innovations and initiatives that have the potential of transforming lives and providing local solutions and creating employment. To make matters worse, the cost of internet data is too high and has led to the death of most young businesses that survive on the internet. Our recommendation are that government considers further reducing the cost of internet. Currently, there is a direct 12% tax levy on internet data, in addition to the value-added tax of 18%, which is considered double taxation and worse than the failed OTT tax. B, that government creates and popularizes a significant special fund for scaling up innovations and equitably develops innovations hub throughout the country. Sector 5, creative arts and sports. While the pandemic took a toll on the arts and sports industries, the creative industry is one of the greatest employers and yet less invested in sectors. According to UBO's survey, it is estimated that the creative industry employs approximately 12,460 SMEs with an estimated generation of approximately Uganda shillings 3.18 trillion to the economy. While the pandemic caused the closure of many social events and affected direct and indirect jobs in the sector, there is no clear government policy and framework for identification, sustainable support, and management of young people with extraordinary talent. We recommend that government fast-track the
Your
process.
document is still big.
It's
Kindly lay on table. We shall capture everything.
okay.
It will be on the hand side.
Thank you.
You can't come and read for us a Bible on the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay this document on the motion for the resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize the state of the youth in Uganda. I beg to lay.
Honorable Okello Lucy as the seconder. Then we have Honorable Basil.
Thank you, Madam
2
Speaker.
minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank Honorable Okot for moving this motion, and I rise to second the motion. Madam Speaker, allow me to expand or make a supplement on the elaborate justification that Honorable Boniface gave. Madam Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, we visited Kenya, and one of the programs that they have as affirmative action is ring fencing 30%, about 30% of all contracts are given to youth-led companies. And I've had Honorable Boniface also talk about this. I think as a country, if we go in this line, this will help a lot. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in regards to skilling the youth, just like talked about in the motion, we have a program of promotion of green jobs and fair labor market in Uganda, which was established in 2016, and it is under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Madam Speaker, it would be very good for this House to know about the components of these green jobs. And I am almost sure that half of the members of Parliament are not aware of what this entails. And if we had actually implemented the 4 components of these green jobs and green jobs and fair labor, I am sure our youth would be well skilled, because the first component talks about support to the informal sector, the Juakalis. How many of these Juakalis, apart from those that are in Kampala, are actually being supported in our constituencies? How many of them? It would be good to get such reports. And then things like establishment of industrial shelters, and then promoting green incubation centers using the Songhai model. These are things that we need more emphasis on, and we need more information about as we celebrate the youth, the International Youth Days, the celebrations. It would be very good for the minister to come, not just to read the statement, but also update this House about the progress of these very beautiful programs that they started by this government of Uganda. Finally, Madam Speaker, on the youth livelihood program, Madam Speaker, this program at one point we were told it was moved from gender to President's office. And right now we are not even sure where it is exactly. So the information about youth livelihood program is very scanty, and just like the mover stated, we don't want this beautiful program that started, much as it had challenges, to just die like that. At least even if we are to phase it out, can we phase it out from an informed point of view? Have we done evaluation to see how much loss has been caused as a result of this program, without saying that this has to move to another place? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Lucy. One would also ask, how much do MPs know about Juakali? How much? Do they know anything about Juakali? Completely, no. So the minister, maybe you need to give us information about Juakali so that we get to understand what it is. The green jobs, they are called green jobs. Basil, you'll come after.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to second and to react to the motion on the youth. So for the record, Bataringa Abaze is my name. I represent people of Kashar North, Mbarara District, and I am a very strong supporter of youth activities. And these youth MPs refer me as senior youth. I want to thank the Honorable Okot Boniface for the motion, and I rise support him. And also, I'll make a comment on the Honorable Minister's statement. However, I want to say the youth are still paid lip service in the country. For example, the Youth Day is on 12th, and it is known it's an international day. Women's Day is on 8th March. I've never had it postponed to another date. Labor Day is on 1st May. I have never had it postponed to be celebrated on another day. Independence Day has never been postponed. Christmas Day has never been postponed. So it disturbs me that we still pay lip service to the youth, and we can afford to postpone their day when and budgeted for. Secondly, this year, the theme is very good. That is what attracts me to rise actually and support. Intergenerational solidarity, a world of all ages. That is the international theme. In Uganda here, the theme is intergenerational solidarity, the role of the youth in implementation of the parish development model. Which means if we support and prioritize the youth agenda in this country, we shall be supporting development in this country. And I don't want to take a lot of time here. Somebody has already lamented about electricity in West Nile. It is not only West Nile that is crying. The youth in Kashar North are crying about electricity, which has spent 3 years. It is late, it is generated, it is present, but they prepared themselves, bought some equipment for welding, and for 3 years, the transformers are making noise without electricity being flowing to the people. So it means these youth are frustrated. And once, then we shall not have.
Achan.
Thank you very much.
Achan, lawyer. And Dorcas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable comprehensive motion and for clearly articulating the issues that are affecting the youth in this country. I support the motion, and I would want to implore Honorable Boniface and also the Minister of Gender that yes, we have the prayers from this team, and I think they're very great prayers. And one of the things that they've put here is for government to ensure that social services, the full dot education and health to be youth responsive. And I strongly support that. But I also want to implore the ministry and the team to include the gender perspective, to have the gender lens weaved into this, specifically because we know that COVID-19 lockdown had disproportionate effects, especially on the female youth in this country. Even right now, as we talk about commemorating the International Youth Day, as we talk about the youth who were here, but we know that the female youth whose lives form the tapestry of this reality, because they are characterized by high rates of school dropouts. As we talk, majority are child mothers from the teenage pregnancies. I would like to implore the minister that as part of your activities for that week, if possible, add also there the component of psychosocial support for these child mothers or the female youth, and also helping them to link them multi-sectoral services in the country. I thank you.
Chairperson Gender.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister of Gender for the statement she made and the very elaborate motion, which I thought became a report from the youth, the Member of Parliament representing youth, Honorable Court. Madam Speaker, the young people in Uganda require a strategy that is not business as usual. First of all, Madam Speaker, the population of this country now has 54% under 18. Those are dependents. When you add older persons and you add PWDs, then the dependence rate almost goes to 70%. Madam Speaker, these young people need to be planned for from their childhood. Madam Speaker, if we are still getting young people dropping out of school, His Excellency recently was lamenting that how can we have 100 pupils in a school and then only 32% are completing. For us, we lamented long time ago, and now His Excellency is realizing that the completion rate is very low. And Madam Speaker, as a Ministry of Gender, we have continued to encourage these young people who don't complete school to be externalized as labor. Madam Speaker, are we going to externalize beggars? Are we going to externalize mediocres who cannot cope with the languages, who cannot cope with the culture, who cannot cope with the appliances in a modern household? And Madam Speaker, as if that is not enough, recently here we got a
Margaret.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. For record purposes, I'm Ayebare Margaret Rebyambo, woman MP Mbarara District. I want to thank Honorable Court for giving us the state of the youth in Uganda. I want to say something about Youth Livelihood Fund and how it is getting phased out in relation to the parish development model. We all know that most of the youth in this country do not own land. And yet parish development model is looking at agriculture, specifically on growing of crops and rearing of animals. So we are looking at how this youth is going to work with parish development model, even when we are allocating them the 30% of the money in the parish development model. I'm of the view would fund, whereby that fund, any youth can use it with any enterprise, not necessarily where land is required. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Namisindwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with my sister, the Chair of Gender, in saying that the country is highly populated with the dependents. And these are our youths that we are talking about today.
And we need a lot to be done to ensure that these youths are taken care of. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Court when he comes up with the zonal youth skilling centers. These skilling centers are very important, and I think they are going to help. Right now, us who come from rural areas, every youth is busy selling a piece of land in the village to buy a boda, motorcycle, and come to town. They ride it for only 2 to 3 days. They get an accident. The boda is destroyed. They are, they are fractured and they are hospitalized. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, scaling up and making these skilling centers available, they will help and motivate our youths to come and engage in some other activities that will be money making other than them looking at boda riding as the only source of income. Right, Honorable Speaker, secondly, I think we also need to involve as a country so much in changing our curriculum and not focusing and bringing up our children, teaching them only how to look at greener pasture and looking at office jobs, but also us as parents starting to model.
Matavo, there is a procedure matter.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened to Honorable colleague very well, the report he presented, and I've listened to the honorable colleagues that have submitted. He presented a very elaborate report, and I've heard all the colleagues amplifying what he presented. We haven't added anything new. In light of Honorable Cecilia's submission, earlier submission, I want to procedurally suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that we call the debate to an end, you put a question and we move on. I beg to move.
Why are you saying no? Members, what is left that you've not finished? Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, let me thank the Honorable Member who moved the motion, Honorable Court, for the motion. I want to note that all the issues raised are issues that are already being handled, and it's good he articulates the various programs either within the government or in the ministry, the Youth Livelihood Program, the Youth Venture Capital Fund, the externalization of labor, the skilling, productivity enhancement programs. All the programs within government are clearly articulated with the key recommendations.
Honorable members, there is one chair in the house. If you want to speak, just get out a bit and have your talk.
I want only to answer a few of the issues which were raised by members. I start with your issue, Right Honorable, on the green jobs. The green jobs, which is called Juakali Support, is a program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, which provides business toolkits, equipment to Juakali businesses and groups, and selected microfinance and small enterprises. It also undertakes skills training, skilling, technical, trade, and learning in respect
Procedure.
Continue.
Provision of technical and trade training for Juakali businesses. In this circumstance, if you would want to be trained in
For example, any trade-related skills like welding, it can support you and place you in that trade, and you are able to acquire that skills. So this particular program, which is called Green Jobs under the ministry, we want to scale it up. However, this financial year, we have been given only 4 billion. We want to make it a constituency-based focus intervention, but the 4 billion is inadequate. However, many members of parliament has made an application, and will try as much as possible to support. And where we fail to support all the members, for all the groups you have asked for, we'll come back and give a report. We have another program, which is apprenticeship and graduate volunteer scheme. It's also a program that develops employability skill, self-employment, labor productivity, and opportunities for youth aged 16 to 35 years. It's a work-based learning for unemployed youth. For example, youth who are who have degrees or diplomas are recruited and placed in various companies and MDAs of government, and we give you small stipend for majorly supporting you for transport. The purpose of this is to develop your skills. You volunteer while you gain the experience, because ask you for experience. So we felt for this, those who are newly graduate people who have not yet got jobs, if we place them with that small little pay, it will support you and you gain that experience. Decent Country program, we have this program which is supported by International Labour Organization, and also handles youth in respect to ensuring that those who are in labor force are supported in all other aspects. The Youth Livelihood Program, which was articulated here, we have money which we have recovered, and that money recovered has been plowed back to the ministry, about 18 billion, which we are going to lend back to youth in the districts. The rest, can I finish and then I get your clarification?
You first finish, then you will get a clarification.
The other program under Youth Livelihood Program, the finances were moved to State House, and State House has constructed 16 youth skilling center in all the original sub-region. The Acholi, the Lango, the Ankole, the Bunyoro, those 16 each has a youth skilling center. We are working with State House, and Cabinet has already adopted a framework of how the youth skilling center will be functioning, and I hope the Minister for Presidency can come and give an elaborate explanation. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of access to social services, access to financing, being responsive to social services by the youth, and youth involvement in decision making, we have elaborate program for all this, and at an appropriate time, I will come and give an extensive statement on the floor on each of these. But we recognize and we thank and regret the postponement of Youth Day, but pledge that it will not happen again. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, you need to bring a comprehensive report and a status report on the green jobs and fair labor markets in Uganda. We want to know which constituency, which district has benefited. With evidence, because you may be saying we have 4 billion and you'll imagine that maybe Bukede has benefited. So we want to know which constituencies, which districts have benefited. So we need that comprehensive report next week before you use the 4 billion, which you have been advanced to. Next item. A, motion. I put a question that this House adopts the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to prioritize the state of the youth in Uganda. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay.
Designation of members to committees.
Honorable members, Rule 1573 of the Rules of Procedure require that a member shall belong to not more than 2 committees, except in respect to Business Committee, Appointments Committee, and Budget Committee. I therefore invite the leader of government business to designate a new member who has just been voted in.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to designate Honorable Ariko Herbert, NRM, to a standing committee. Time, that is on a standing committee, which is budget. Then I also designate him on Honorable Ariko Herbert on a sector committee, that is natural resources. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. In addition, pursuant to Rule 164 of the Rules of Procedure, as the leader of independence, I designate Honorable Ntungo to a sector committee of education and standing committee of COSASE. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The House adjourned to 2 tomorrow.